Just a moment. Okay, Chair, the floor is yours.
And I don't see John. John, are you able to be there?
I'm here.
Okay, good. Just wanted to just check it out. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. So I'd like to welcome everyone to the adjourned special meeting of the Cambria Community Services District. This is our strategic planning session with the session participants. And just as a few words, this is our strategic planning is a maturing process. And so we'll be launching into some things that we haven't gotten to previously today. So some of that will be a learning experience and probably a highly participative experience. But the intent also is to continue to move forward in executing this strategic plan so that we can accomplish some of the major things that we have on the road ahead of us, certainly in the next couple of years. And with that in mind, Mr. Weigold, if you would please introduce the facilitators and initiate the workshop.
Yes, President Steidel, in accordance with Agenda 3C, on Tuesday, August 3rd, 2021, the Board of Directors will hold an adjourned special meeting to facilitate a workshop to update the Cambria Community Services District Strategic Plan Update. Staff recommends the board discuss the adjourned special board meeting schedule and facilitate a workshop to update the district strategic plan. To that end, Marilyn Snyder, our consultant, will lead us through the agenda that's part of your package. And pending your comments, I will turn it over to Marilyn, President Steidel.
That would be fine, Ms. Snyder. Thank you for coming to us again and providing the opportunity to work through this process.
Thank you. Delighted to be here and delighted that you all could come and view what's going on with the power outages. My role, as most of you know, because I was with you before, but a couple of you are new, I am here to guide you through the strategic planning process. I don't add ideas. I don't evaluate ideas. I stay out of your content. That's your role, not my role. My role is to make suggestions to proceed in order that we get through the agenda as planned by 2:30. I will give you breaks. We'll have a break in the morning. We'll have a lunch break, and we'll have kind of a stretch kind of break in the afternoon. I'll try to take this at a pace that's comfortable for you, not too rapidly that you feel left behind, nor too slowly that you're bored. For those of you that were with me last time, you know I tend to move rapidly. So if you need me to have you spend more time on an issue, or you've got questions and I've missed noticing that you were wanting to speak, then please speak up. This is not my meeting, it's your meeting. I'm not the leader, I'm the servant of the group. So one of the things is that I'll make sure everybody has a chance to participate. In every group I've ever facilitated over the years, there are always people that are the 2 or 3 verbal people. And you just need to know, I don't necessarily call on people in order. If somebody's already had a lot to say and I notice that some others are wanting to get in and they've not had a chance yet, I'll call on them first and then get to you. So just know that my role is really one just to guide you through the whole process. And I'll be going over the agenda and the strategic planning elements after you've had a chance to meet Gail. Gail Savoy is the recorder, and I'm going to turn it now over to her.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Good to see you all again. I hope life has been good the last 6 months. I will be working today just like I did before, very quietly, typing in all your comments and producing your plan, which you'll be getting at the end of the day. So if you see something that I've missed or if I've made an error anywhere, please do not hesitate to correct me right on the spot. So back to you, Marilyn.
Okay, thank you, Gail. Now your role, of course, is the most important of all, as the participants. Be open, be honest, freely share your ideas. But the key to this kind of strategic planning is that the decisions are made not by majority rules, but by consensus. And as you know, consensus is general agreement or support That might occasionally mean letting go of a favorite idea if you notice the group is moving in a different direction than perhaps is your favorite direction, in which case I'd ask you to be able to let go of your favorite idea if you see that the group is really moving in a different direction. I'd expect that you'd speak up early in the process of the particular discussion if you were having some problem with it. You all did just a beautiful job of coming together and reaching consensus on your goals and objectives last time. But it is something I want to clarify to people that it is different. At one point, we'll have a brainstorm, and then I'll have a straw poll to help you bring to consensus more quickly than you might otherwise. And that's in the core values area. But generally speaking, this is just going to all be consensus in terms of the goals, if those goals are still correct, if there's something that you need to add, and the objectives itself. I'd like to share with you on the screen the agenda. So even though I know that you got this in advance, but let me just find it. That got moved on the screen here, and I will make sure that you can see it now. Is there anybody that cannot see this agenda down to the 6-month objectives? And then I'll put it up. And unfortunately, when I'm sharing the screen, I'm not seeing you except 2 other people on the screen to the right. And for that reason, just speak up, unmute yourself and speak up. Is there anybody that has trouble seeing this screen? Okay, so you see that the welcome at 8:30 was Cindy, and Sue started as she always does, right on time. And you heard the purpose and the introduction by John and me. And then I've gone through the roles of the facilitator, the recorder, the group. And of course, the public is here. And even though they're not, they were actively participating in terms of the first part of the meeting, which happened last Friday. But here they are just observing, online. I want to cover first the strategic planning elements, which I did cover last time. A couple of you weren't here, but I just want to remind you of the process that we're going through. So I'm going to shift screens, and I'm going to the strategic planning elements. In other words, what makes strategic planning strategic planning? Again, if you have any difficulty seeing this, let me know. I'm going to have to scroll it down for you to see the end of it. You'll notice here the SWOT, strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, threats analysis is the first step in strategic planning. Just like it was last week or last 6 months, guys, time goes fast. We looked at what were the internal strengths in the past year. Now we're looking at what are the internal strengths since your last workshop 6 months ago, and what are the internal weaknesses. Internal meaning that you have some control over it. You can do something about it. A hallmark of strategic planning is looking externally. That is looking externally about what you see as external opportunities, which is positive, and which is negative. And it's important at the beginning of every retreat, even the client I referred to last time, that's a city council that I've been with for 21 years. You always look at this first. First of all, you always want to start with the strengths, and you need that information about the weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. And all of you filled out the questionnaire and sent it in, and a summary of all of those statements. And by summary means everybody's statements included. It's just that it's all under each separate question, and we'll go over that in the agenda. Okay, then mission or purpose. The mission always states why the organization exists and whom it serves. It's supposed to be one sentence, and we addressed that issue last time by saying that we consider looking at the mission statement, which is 2 long sentences, at this workshop. And instead, because we're doing core values, we are going to move that forward to the next 6-month update. And that is to clarify why the organization and whom, and to be able to do that succinctly so that it's very clear to everybody. A vision statement is a vivid descriptive image of the future. It answers the question what you want the organization to be, or to be recognized, or is to achieve. And typically groups do not go through the vision statement until maybe the fourth or fifth strategic plan. It's after you've gotten used to the whole process. What we are doing today are core values. Those are guiding principles that guide the organization, the work environment. It encourages, it recognizes, and it rewards. Some people think, oh, well, you just put it on the wall and say you've got core values. No, that's not how core values are supposed to be used. They're supposed to influence all that you do, including evaluation of yourselves and of your staff, including using those core values. If you're out trying to find someone new to be a member of the staff, and let's say, I think this example I used last time, that team building was a core value that you had agreed upon as a group. And let's say that you were interviewing somebody that you found out was very successful, but you discovered that it was something that they needed to take all the credit. You could tell from interviewing them that they weren't really the team player. That would tell you that person would not be a good selection. So the core values or guiding principles are ones that are held by the the group as a whole. That includes those of you that are appointed and those of you that have been hired. Goals are what we did last time. We typically do 3-year goals. 1 year or 2 years too short. 5 years is too long. A 3-year goals seems to be working. At least that's what I found in my experience. And the goals answer the question, what does the organization need to accomplish? They're broad statements of intent, which are consistent with the mission and help fulfill the vision. So you've got your mission that says why you exist. You've got a vision, where do you want to go? Then you've got your goals that say, what are you going to do to be consistent with those? Objectives are how the goals will be addressed. And as I mentioned last time, I used to do 1-year objectives until I began to notice that groups were getting a lot done the first 6 months and then it fell off. So I started doing 6-month objectives and found people were literally twice as productive because I tested that. I gave you the example last time of CDC, whom I have done facilitation for in the past, having me work with a group, and the group didn't figure they could do 6 months, but I said, that's what CDC expects me to do. But the next time we could do it 1 year, if I can check it out. They did 6 months, were blown away by how much they'd gotten done. They did a year objectives next time and found out they were half as productive. And it does seem to work best. And then the clear follow-up monitoring process, which you've done a good job of monitoring every month, which of the objectives are done, which ones are on target, which ones need to be amended, or perhaps you find it's not possible to do it. And so you drop that objective. That whole process is what makes it work. Ben Franklin said, if you fail to plan, you plan to fail. And I add on, as I did last time, if you don't work the plan doesn't work. And you have been working the plan, and that's why it's been working. So back to the agenda, because I've just taken you partway down the agenda. Let's look at where we are. And the agenda, we'll start with introductions. We always do. This is as much about team building, working together, as it is to be working, be going through a process of setting goals and objectives. So I'm not into touchy-feely, but we give you an opportunity to get to know each other better. Then I'll just read your mission statement. As I've already said, we will be looking at that in more depth at the next workshop in 6 months. The 3-year goals, I'll put those, these will both be put on the screen. Gail has them ready. Then what we'll do is we will review the strengths and accomplishments since January, the current weaknesses, the external factors, positive and negative. You'll then be doing core values. You'll brainstorm those. That'll be one of your first breakout sessions. We use breakout rather than webinar so that all of you are on the screen instead of just us. And then we'll bring you to consensus. Typically, core values are usually around 5 to 7 core values. And core means you brainstorm a whole lot, and then by consensus, you're pulling out those that you want to say, these are the core values of Cambria Community Services District. You're then going to look at your 6-month objectives, and we're to ask to bring those 6-month update, the latest update of the matrix, because you'll see that some of them are done and they may have a follow-up objective. There may be some of them that you need to amend. There are others that are, you just change the date, whatever. We'll be spending that time. The next steps follow up. We'll set a date within 6 months to update the plan. Summary, closing remarks, and adjourn by 2:30 with breaks also available. So Gail will put this in the chat so that you can remember. What I'm going to be asking for the introduction is, give your name, of course, because we've got people that are listening that are not seeing you on the screen. So give your name, give your position, and then the question of the day. And I don't think I asked this last time, and if I did, then correct me and I'll have another question. What is something personal that nobody in this group knows about that you've accomplished, a personal accomplishment? And it could have been in grade school when you won a spelling bee. It could be in running a marathon. It could be anything. It's interesting how people learn more about each other through this question, but it's also can be very surprising. I did not ask this question last time, right?
Right.
Okay, just want to be sure. But one of the ones that was the most surprising was when this man said, with a utility group that I was facilitating, I was captured at gunpoint by 5 Syrians and I talked my way out of it. And everybody was just shocked. They knew this guy really well. They'd worked together for a long time. And of course, I was shocked too. But what is so interesting is that now, after doing this question or having this question asked, I've had 4 people say that they've been kidnapped. I hope that's not one of your answers. But if you just share something that you've done and accomplished, but it's not something people know, it's just something personal, not professional. And I'm just going to call on you as you appear on the screen. You need to know that the screen at random will suddenly move. So if I seem to be trying to find you, I probably am. Okay, Marvin, I've got you first in the top left corner.
Good morning. Yes, I'm Marvin Korn. I'm a member of the Standing Finance Committee, CCSD. Wouldn't know of anything particularly outstanding, but
think about high school.
Okay. Well, I was for a time a professional race car driver, but
Great. How fast did you go? What was the fastest you ever went?
187 miles an hour.
Okay, you all be careful of this guy when he's on the road. Great. Thank you, Marvin. John, you're next, please.
So at 7 years old,
yeah,
I
go ahead,
I
John.
put a message in a bottle. This is John Weigel, General Manager of CCSD. At 7 years old, I had my father launch a bottle in the ocean off of deep sea fishing off of Long Island, and it was retrieved and found, my message in a bottle, 3 years later on the north coast of Spain.
Really?
Wow.
And that was my first 15 minutes of fame on the front page of the Greenwich Time.
Oh, I bet that's true. Okay, thanks, John. Now, John Nixon. I'm going to have to remember to clarify which is John. Go ahead, John.
Good morning. John Nixon, and I, although I was listed on the list as a member of the policy committee, I was a member of the policy committee, but I'm no longer. But I'm board chair for the Friends of the Fifteen Ranch Preserve.
Oh, great.
Why I'm here. The only thing I can think of is actually from a conversation the other day with a grandson who doesn't know me as anyone who's particularly athletic, but I said, well, for 4 years in a row, I was a Little League All-Star.
Oh.
And all of that was quite some time ago. You know, I surprised him by saying that.
And so what was your position that you played?
Second base.
Second base. And what's your favorite baseball team?
Dodgers.
Okay. There may not be general agreement. However, Ray went like this. So I know you've got at least one
well,
person.
This depends on where we're from, you know.
Yes, that's right. Thank you. David?
We got two Davids. I'm not sure which one.
Oh, yeah, David Hirsch. I'm sorry.
Okay. David Hirsch, I'm with Carmel and Nakasha. Work with Tim Carmel, who's district council. So I guess I've been assistant district council quite a number of years now. As far as accomplishments that nobody knows about, I don't think I've mentioned this even in our regular calls with the board president and vice president, but recently I became a German citizen. I now
Oh,
have dual citizenship, US and
congratulations.
German. And I also this summer received a German passport in the mail after applying at the consulate in Los Angeles. And it's kind of a long story as to how that came about, but my parents are Holocaust survivors, and the German basic law, they call it, has provisions where those that were stripped of their German citizenship and their descendants can reacquire German citizenship. And so I
Great.
applied in 2018. It took almost 2 years. And through that process, I also did a lot of research and got a lot of information, especially about my father, who was liberated from Buchenwald in 1945.
Wow. Well,
So
thank
now,
you.
as of this summer, I became a German citizen.
Congratulations. Glad to hear it, David. William?
Hello, William Hollingsworth, the Cambria Fire Chief. And I guess something that most people don't know is that I play the piano.
You do?
Yep.
And now as well?
Yep.
What kind of music are you into?
It's fairly eclectic, anything I want to get my hands on.
Good for you. Great. Thank you. Tom? But we need you to unmute first, Tom.
Yeah.
There you
I'm
go.
Tom Gray. I'm a member of the CCSD Board of Directors. And I'm going back to high school too. I played clarinet for the Burbank Symphony Orchestra.
Really?
Very exciting. The conductor was Leo Arnaud, who's the man who wrote the Olympic fanfare that you're hearing every night
My
on
goodness.
TV. Quite a colorful character.
Oh, that's great. Thank you, Tom. Harry?
Well, I'm also a member of the board of directors, re-elected in 2020. I would have to search my brain to think of anything impressive that I did in those high school years or the single digit years. Well, 3 years in a row, we have the Purim play. I was raised Jewish, the Purim play, and I won't elaborate on what that is, but it was like the saving of the Jews in Babylon. And I played the key role, which is King Ahasuerus 3 years in a row. So
Wow.
so there you were.
That's impressive. Thank you.
No,
Harry.
not compared to everybody else. So
Oh, you don't compare yourself to everybody else. This is what you felt good about. That's
All right.
great.
thank you.
Okay, Melissa, you're next, please.
Hello, Melissa Bland. I'm in the utilities department as the program manager. I don't know if it's much of an accomplishment, but over the last 15 years, I've submitted 32 change of address forms.
My goodness, that's a lot. I would say that's an accomplishment. Remember, the accomplishment is not what others think, it's what you feel about. So that's great. Good. Ray, you're next, please.
Yes, hi, I'm Ray D'Enzo. I'm the utilities manager here at the district. I guess an accomplishment of note that no one knows about me is I sang at 2 weddings, did solos at 2 weddings.
Wow, that's
There you
impressive.
go.
Now we've got a pianist. We're getting together. A group here can start working together. That's wonderful. Thank you, David.
Yes, good morning, Dave Pearson. I'm the vice chair of the R&I committee for the CCSD. In the summer of 1969, I had the opportunity to visit West Berlin and also go through Checkpoint Charlie and visit East Berlin. And the difference between the two was stark at that time.
I'm sure. Thank you, David. Cindy.
Cindy Stidell, I am on the board of directors, the current president. And I don't know whether it's so much an accomplishment. It's just something that folks may not know about me. With my dad having been career military, I spent the years from 5 until about 10 years old living in Germany, first in Bremerhaven and then in Wiesbaden. And this was in the mid to late 50s. And as a child, it definitely was something that has influenced my perceptions on several of the current social structures that are going on. Having witnessed people at the tail of war and of the condition of their living circumstances around them. Mainz was very close, and Mainz was basically leveled. And I still remember driving through the streets of Mainz with my family. So those are some things that have stayed with me, obviously, through adulthood, and have very much formulated my references to things that are around me.
Sure. Thank you for sharing, Cindy. Karen?
Hi, I'm Karen Dean, and I am a member of the Board of Directors, and I'm the chair of the Resources and Infrastructure Committee. In the early 90s, I won first place in a national interior design competition in the specialty windows category. When I was 19 years old, I was a dancer on stage with a rock and roll band.
Oh, great. Good. We not only have musicians to play, we can have you dance. Thank you, Karen. Don?
There we are. Don Howell, current Vice President of the Board of Directors and Chair of the Policy Committee. Back when I was in my mid-20s, I had a very brief moment of international fame. I was studying Okinawan music at the University of Hawaii, and I made a recording there of a well-known Okinawan classical song, which then received quite a lot of playing in Okinawa. Thought that some blue-eyed American could do this. I think there's something that they kind of appreciated or something.
Yeah,
so yeah,
great.
a brief moment in the limelight.
Sure, that's great. Thank you. Gordon?
This is Gordon Heinrichs. I'm with the CCSD Standing Committee for the Policy as Vice President. And my major involvement has been a single engine planned private pilot and flying for Civil Air Patrol missions as a mission pilot.
Wow, thank you. And Carlos, I hope that we're going to be able to see you. I just see a square. Ah, there you are. Welcome.
Thank you. I had a little trouble logging in since the power went out downtown.
Well, we're really glad you came.
Was able to phone in. I'm actually in a good connection now. Yeah, so Carlos Mendoza, I'm the Facilities and Resources Manager. I've been with the district for quite a few years, about I think going on 20 some years. I think something that people may not know about me, I've been actually a pastor for the past 10, 15 years, serving a local Hispanic community here all the way from Cambria to Los Osos. So that's one of my passions, and I've enjoyed that.
Great, thank you. Gordon? I don't see you. Can you put your screen back on? Great, great, thank you. We just need to be able to see everybody since we can't physically be together. Now, did I miss anybody? The screen just kept moving. All right, great. Thank you for sharing. I hope you enjoyed that. Some people think, oh, that's such a waste of time. No, it isn't. The reason there's 3 distinct parts to working together. There's the getting to know you phase, there's the working phase, and then there's the completion phase. And if people skip over the getting to know you phase, they're not as careful in terms of how they work together. And so we always have some getting to know you that hopefully is not at all threatening. Okay, let me take you back now to the, oh, yes, go ahead.
What is your event in your life?
Oh, I would say when I was a student in psychiatric nursing, I wasn't just in psychiatric nursing, that was a psychiatric nursing 3-month part of the nursing plan. There was 3 months in this college that I was in. There was 3 months in obstetrics at Chicago Lying In and 3 months at Denver Children's Hospital for pediatrics. But then we had 3 months in psychiatry. And something that they did I really thought was not a good idea psychologically, but they asked people to select who was the most outstanding student, and it was among the classmates in psychiatric nursing. And much to my shock, I won it. And I guess it may influence me because I then ended up years later getting a master's in psychiatric nursing. So I guess it was okay, but it was a big shock, especially when I looked in the audience and my mother was there. They had let her know, and my director of nurses from the college where I went to college were there for that. And it was amazing that happened. It still amazes me. Now, Gail, you get to do it. If they add me, nobody's asked us to do it before. So
Hello.
okay, Gail.
Oh, hi. I'll share something a lot of people don't know about me, and that is I have been to India 11 times. I'm a real India-phile, and I just really enjoy that country. And unfortunately, COVID is rampant there now, so I think my January trip will have to be postponed, but
Hello?
that's my passion.
I'm sorry.
There's another phone, the 303
Yeah,
378.
and they're who's
I don't know
speaking?
who that is.
Yeah, because we're
It's
not. I'm not calling on the
Allison.
public. Pardon me,
Allison. It's Allison.
Allison.
I do not know who Allison is.
Okay,
Allison
John.
Gallman.
John Weigold.
That will be a member of the public.
Okay, we're not calling on the public. The public had a separate session, and in this case, what's happening is the public is welcome to hear, and of course, it's being videotaped, so it will also be done visually. But I've got my hands full with a group of people, so I hope that you enjoy this, learn from it, and just know that there will be a record that Gail will produce within 20 minutes. She types, what comes out of the items on the agenda only, and that is also, of course, a public document should you wish to have it. So we welcome all of you that are in the public that are here. Okay, I'm going back to the agenda, so you know where we're going for now, and let me just bring this up. And so where we are is to look at the mission statement of the district and the 3-year goals that were selected. And then I'll move right into the questionnaire answers for strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. And after each one, if you forgot something to add, Gail could add to that. So I'm going to be giving Gail the screen now for both the mission and 3-year goals, as well as the results of the questionnaires. So Gail, it's all yours. The mission statement. Mission answers, why does the organization exist and whom do you serve? So it's usually succinct into one sentence. The Cambria Community Services District, CCSD, provides water, wastewater treatment, solid waste disposal, fire protection services, street lighting services, and supports related community services such as parks, transit, and operation of the Cambria Veterans Memorial Building. We seek to provide such services professionally, productively, and fairly, keeping in mind Cambria's unique history and character, together with the challenges of the present and of the future. The 3-year goals, and they're not in priority order. You brainstormed, those of you that were at the last workshop, you brainstormed a large number, about 20 goals. And in my experience, 3 to 5 goals. And if you look at the literature, that's very typical. And it doesn't matter whether we're working with a corporate client or a city council or board of supervisors, or regardless, we narrow it down to 3 to 5 goals that you really want to put your effort to. That doesn't mean you're ignoring other things. It means that these are things that you come together on. So these goals, and when we get to that part, after we've done the SWOT, strengths, weakness, opportunities, and threats, I'll just make sure that this still looks okay. So the goal is increase and improve communications with the public. A second one is achieve and sustain adequate financial resources to fulfill the mission. A third goal, again, not in priority order, they're all equal, achieve a balanced policy for growth and resources. And fourth, develop and implement a long-term infrastructure and resources plan. And one of the things I mentioned at the last workshop was that typically the first time around, people would come up with 4, and sometimes they add a 5th. And if you choose to do that later, then that's fine. So Gail's now going to share the results of the strategic planning workshop. Thank you for filling this out. We've discovered that this saves as much as an hour to an hour and 20 minutes by doing it beforehand instead of in present. Because usually what we do, all of these workshops until this time, until the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power told me that they would extend my contract to 5th year if I do it virtually, which I never would have dreamed I'd do. We always did this in front. We had flip charts. We recorded what people were saying with the strengths and the weaknesses, etc. And this goes much faster, and you have the data. And this data right here is something you'll probably look back at briefly when you're brainstorming objectives. So I'm not going to read this out loud to you. I know you can all see it, but what I do need to do is now for some reason I'm seeing 4 of you on the screen, and Gail's gone. And so what I'm going to do is call on one of you on the screen and ask you if you would read it to yourself. And then when you get down to this one that says the input to the BOD by the 3 standing committees, if you'd hold up your hand if you're finished reading that, and then I'd ask the group if anybody needs more time to read it. And we got a lot of information. You will see duplicates because there was no attempt to change what people said. If it keeps coming up as a positive or as a negative, that's also a message. So just don't be surprised if that's the case. And there's been no effort. These were anonymous questionnaires. Anonymous answers to the questionnaires. So we don't know who said what, and we don't need to. So Tom, would you do me a favor? I can see you on the screen. When you get down to the one that I see on the bottom of the screen is the input to the BOD. You see that? Would you put up your hand when you're finished? And that way you all can read. When we get to the end of this question, I'll ask if anybody had forgotten something they want to mention. So
Marilyn,
thank you.
I could only see down to upgrade of finance management.
Okay, then we'll just make it to that point. At that point, put your hand up. Okay, Tom? When you get to upgrade, that's up from the bottom. I'm not sure why that's different, but sometimes it's odd that the screen at the top, we can't seem to get rid of the information at the top, which takes that part of the screen. So we'll just move it down when we get to the end. So please start reading the strengths and accomplishments of the Cambria Community Services District since the January 19th Strategic Planning Workshop, which most of you attended. Cindy, did you have a question, Cindy?
No, is my hand up or something?
Yeah, something, because all of a sudden it got yellow around your picture.
Oh, well, I'll tell you what, let me mute myself then because.
Okay, that's fine. Thanks. Okay, does anybody need more time? And don't hesitate to speak up. I can't see you, but just speak up and say, I need more time. Okay, then Gail will move down. We're continuing on the strengths and accomplishments. And you can see It's even going on to the third page right now. We're on the second page for those of you that are just hearing us and not seeing this. And this will all be in the record, the written record. Oh, I turned that phone off. And Tom, if you can just let us know down at Major Strides you're done. Okay.
Yes, I am.
Anybody else need more time? Anybody need more time? Okay, we'll go on up, down. And you'll see this dot at the end. That's to, I'll ask what additional, and usually people either don't have anything or there's 2 or 3. Does anybody have any additional strengths or accomplishments to mention? So again, Tom will look for your signal that you read it.
Okay.
Okay. Who needs more time on this one? Okay, Tom, thank you very much. Appreciate you being able to let me know. Now, what, if any, additions need to be made? And just since I can't see you, and see, I really don't want to be on 2 screens. I don't have a second computer screen anyway. But just give your name and speak up, and we'll, Gail will be typing it. So just realize she's typing it, so don't say it too fast. What, if any, strengths or accomplishments need to be added? Yes, Cindy?
Unmute.
Can you
I
unmute?
didn't see it in this context, but I think that the staff of the district in all areas is probably one of our greatest strengths
Okay,
as a district.
great. And I happen to see you because you're one of the
All right.
one of the squares, but I don't see. I see David, Hirsch, and William, and Tom, and Gordon. Other than that, I don't. So if anybody else would like to add anything,
That was already there, Marilyn, but yeah, it's good to repeat it.
okay. Anything else? All right, then we're going to switch to the internal weaknesses or challenges that the district currently has right now. What are you, there's a lot going on right now. And so William, would you be willing to let me know when you're down to say inadequate public outreach? It's the third from the bottom. Could
Yes,
you just
ma'am.
put, yeah, just put your hand up when you're there. Okay, anybody need more time to get down to inadequate public outreach?
I could use a little time.
Okay. I'll just give it to you.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. All right. We'll move on now then. And Gail, I'm not sure that people could read the inadequate public outreach, so let's leave that still on the screen. And then William, would you once again be willing to hold up your hand when you get to the end, which is lack of funding and resources. Okay, who needs more time? And please don't hesitate to say so.
I do.
Okay, got a couple that do, so take your time. I'm not in a rush.
Okay.
All right, we'll move right along to the next. All right, and you see the dot, which means that there is an opportunity if you need to add anything. And William, one last time, would you be willing to let us know when you're finished reading that, please? Okay, who needs more time now for this list? All right, William, thank you for doing that. Now, who, if anyone, wants to add any internal weakness or challenge?
I have
Yes,
I have
Tom?
a question on that. There was one item there which says the audit is a year in arrears, and that's no longer the case. So I don't know if that's something we want to correct or what. The audit process is now up to date.
Then perhaps you would just say was in arrears.
Was in arrears, yeah.
Okay, is that all right?
If
All right with the
people can
group?
correct me, and Pamela can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we're up to date now.
Okay, Pamela, is that correct? Okay, then just put was. Thank you for that. Anybody else have a comment on this list?
I'm looking at that item.
Oh,
You see it.
Yeah, look for it.
Yeah, I think it was toward the beginning, wasn't it?
Number 2.
Okay, number 2,
Mhm.
up the top. Was more, was. All right. Any additions to this list before we go to the external factors? And you all had this list, you got the SWOT beforehand in the documents that went out for the agenda. So that will be something that you may want to refer to when you're looking at doing future objectives today. So just know that so that when we get to objectives that you've got handy being able to pull up that document. Now we're looking at external. That's, as I said,
Marilyn,
Yes.
that listing, I mean, we submitted our individual inputs, but as a list in this way.
Okay.
I haven't seen this full list. And I don't know that it was.
Okay, then I guess I misunderstood. So that whole list didn't go out then. I misunderstood that because it was a big document, and what can happen is that could be sent out internally. If somebody internally could just send it out to all of you here, that would be helpful. I thought.
Marilyn?
Yes. Go ahead, Gordon.
one of the callers has mentioned that they obviously cannot see this screen of lists, and
Right.
it seems to be a handicap of this presentation at the moment. I don't know what alternatives are to that.
Yeah, it's the only thing is I mentioned before we went into it in saying to the public that this will be part of the document that will go out immediately after this record. And so admittedly, they don't have it because it's not visible for them, but they definitely will have it. Okay, so external factors. Gordon, would you be willing to be the one to hold up your hand when you've gotten to the bottom? Maybe to opportunities for financing. So you just hold up your hand when you've read that far. Could you do that, Gordon? Okay, good. All right, everybody, these are external factors. That means you don't have control over them, that will or might have a positive impact on the Cambria Community Services District in the coming year. Tom, your audio, I guess, okay, you're done. All right, everybody, who needs more time to read this? Okay, we've got some. We'll just wait until you're ready. People read at a different rate. Were you done, Gordon? Okay. Who needs more time to read this part? Okay, then we'll move on. And you can see that this is the end of the list, and you'll have an opportunity to add if you'd like. Thank you, Gordon. Anybody need more time? Let me know. Okay, anybody have anything that you think is going on externally in the coming year that ought to be on this list? Okay, let's go to the next screen, which is external threats. These are external factors or trends that you either know will or think might have a negative impact on Cambria Community Services District the next 3 years. Cindy, would you be the one for me to put your hand up when you get at the end? Thank you. Okay, who else? Who needs more time? Not who else. Who needs more time? Okay, we'll move the screen up. Anybody need more time for this list or this part of the list?
Just a minute.
Go ahead. Sure, that's fine. Take your time. Not in a rush. You're right on target. Who needs more time now? That okay? All right, Cindy. We'll wait till you're finished. We're glad you're letting us know.
Thank you. There we go. Of course, these are,
These are external, out of your control.
there's one in here that terms, but it's, it's a statement, it's a value statement by someone. So I guess that it is what it is and it stands.
Yeah, that's what happens.
Yeah.
You
Okay.
got it.
All righty.
Okay, let's look to because there's still more on external. You can see when if you don't see the dot at the last one, you know that we're still going. And of course, there are things that are repeated. That's understandable. Okay, who needs more time? Okay, hearing none. Who has an addition to an external factor that you know will or think might have a negative impact on CCSD? All right, then Gail's going to take the screen away, and I'm
A
going
question.
Oh, sure, please, Gordon.
I'm not quite sure if this applies in the exact comment. I don't recall reading anything relating to the existing CCSD water plant being proposed that may have concerns about its warranty and the ability of it to provide a suitable amount of water to meet the emergency needs.
Okay, that might need to go up under external, internal, and an internal factor.
Okay.
And so let's go up here so that Gail can get the wording for that. And that's a potential negative. Okay, and so could you state that, Gordon, again, so that Gail can be typing?
The concerns about the emergency water system plant that's being currently put into the system for use for drought situations may have concerns about
Okay,
the
so you'll
warranty.
have to stop just a little bit. She's going to have to keep up here. We're using drought situations. Keep now going after this. Then
May have concerns about the warranty of the plant and the capability of it providing suitable amount of water to meet the needs.
Okay, when you look at what Gail's putting on the screen, is that consistent with what you're saying? Concerns about the emergency water system plant for use in drought situations may have concerns about the warranty of the plant and its capability of providing suitable
Well,
water to meet needs.
I have
That's-
I have a question trying to understand in definition what warranty of the plant means.
It's a warranty that will operate.
Okay,
Well, that's not,
okay.
that isn't a warranty though. I mean, it's in my definition of warranty, I'm trying to understand what that means.
That it will operate. So may have concerns about whether or not the plant, well, leave the warranty because he said it. May have concerns about the warranty / concerns about whether it will operate, so that both of your ideas get in on the paper. Is that okay for both of you? So the
Well, the intent of the warranty obviously is to work as it was intended to work, or its design capabilities, which the result is having ability to provide the amount of water it was planned to do. That's what I mean by warranty. If your car doesn't go down the road, you're going to take it back and say, how come I didn't do that? So there's probably no warranty with our agreement, but it's a thought of working properly.
Gail, if you could put its operational capability after the word warranty in parens, because he's explaining what it means to him when he made that statement, instead of as another issue. Okay,
May I ask a question?
sure.
So
Yeah.
does Gordon mean a warranty from the people who built the plant for us, or is he asking more about whether we are sure that the plant can do what we think it can do, or what we're expecting it to do? Because to me, a warranty is something that a factory puts on an item that you get from them, whereas maybe what he's looking at is more an assurance that the plant will do what he's saying it should do.
I agree.
What's your response, Gordon?
All of the above, actually.
All right. Any additional items to be added? All right, then I'm going back. I'll have Gail take away the screen. I'll stop the screen here and we'll go back to the agenda. All right, so we've gone through reading the mission and the goals. We've gone through the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. Where we are on the agenda is to identify core values or guiding principles. And they're typical kind of things, whether it's teamwork, open communication, honesty, transparency, integrity, whatever you want to come up with. What you're going to be doing is you're going to be going into your breakout sessions, and you're going into your breakout sessions for about 5 minutes, because this comes, I'll give you 10, but this comes out really fast. What you do is brainstorm those, and you have a recorder in your group who agrees to record before we break out into the groups. And the groups are assigned at random. The only thing I have to be careful of course, is that we haven't conflicted with the Brown Act in terms of having too many directors in the same group. So it's done at random by the computer, and even the public by randomly ends up getting put into a group, but that means the public at least has the opportunity to hear that. And that's, we're concerned about public being, this all being very visible. So what we're going to do is have you brainstorm the values. There'll be a recorder, and I'll ask you to have somebody volunteer to be the recorder. And what that person will do is they will write down or print down in their own computer what those values are. And then when they go out of the small group, then they will send those in the chat only to Gail. Why it's set up with this way with Zoom, I have no idea. Because the first time we did this, the person that was a recorder put them in the chat while in the group, and when they went out of the group, all of them had disappeared. So what you're going to do, I'm going to look right now, excuse me, you're going to brainstorming, and I'm going to stop the sharing. And what I'm going to do is show you the breakout rooms, or we've got 20 participants here. So I'll put you in 5 rooms at random, done automatically. And I'm going to create these right now. And I want to make sure I've got at least 3 of you. No, there's one of them that I've got 2 of the public members in. And so that's 50% of the group. So I will need to find one. Here's one where, let me just move this over to breakout room 2. And I'm just looking at the random rooms. Okay. Oh, it's got the AGP Coast people. Well, we're going to take you out. So let's see if we can get that out. Move and move. And I'll need to pull in a couple more people. I think I should have, you know what I'm going to do is I'm going to recreate and make just 4 rooms because it's got too much with the AGP in it too. So let's make this 4 rooms and we'll start over again and see. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now we're down to 4. And AGP Coast, obviously you won't go to it. We've got public, again, they put 2 of the public members in the same one. And they put Gail in. So we'll move Gail out and we'll take one of the people. And the first group does not have anybody from the public. So I will move you to, so we got a public member there. And I think this will work. So just so you know, and I'm going to need to have a recorder from each of you. So from each group. So breakout room number 1 is Cindy, Dawn, Marvin, and Melissa. And would one of you please be willing to be the recorder? All you have to do is as the values come up, you're going to brainstorm them. You're not going to discuss them. You're not going to evaluate them. I mean, truly 5 minutes would probably be enough, but I'll give you 10 in case the recorder needs a little more time. So you're just brainstorming. You'll probably come up with, I don't know, maybe half a dozen or so, or 10 within the group. There's no number specifically, but you're just looking at values. They become core values when as a group you reach consensus. So among the breakout room, it's Cindy, Dawn, Marvin, or Melissa. Could I please have a recorder?
Yeah, I'll volunteer.
And since I can't see you, you're covered
This
up.
would be Dawn.
Dawn, thank you, Dawn.
Quickie question before you go forward. As we're recording this, do we just do it in longhand and then type it into chat?
No, it's better if you can just type it in, and then you when you get you might, and then when you get out, you're going to have to send it in the chat. You can't send it from the room.
So, but what you're saying is don't type it into chat during the thing, but type somewhere else. Okay.
No, we tried that and it just disappeared into Never Land. So
No
that's
problem.
why, yeah. And I'll go over that again too, right before the breakout. Okay.
Thank
in
you.
the breakout 2, I have Carlos. It has the AGP monitor and a public member. Carlos, Tom, or William. Which one of you would be willing to just type up those objectives as they go values?
I can. William will do it.
William, thank you, William. Okay, group number 3 is Harry, John, and Ray. Which one of the 3 of you would be willing to do that, please?
Which John?
Oh, I'm sorry. I should remember that. John Nixon.
Okay.
So Harry, John, or Ray, just typing it in and then typing it in when you come out. And if you hold up your hand, I can't see you. So can you just speak up?
I'll do that.
Is I, John?
Yeah. I'm sorry. Yes. Yes.
Okay, thank you, because I don't see it's crazy. Okay, and the breakout room, the last one, David, both Davids, Gordon, John, and it looks like there's so many. There's 5 of you. So I'm going to move one of you to room 3 because that had less people. So David, Gordon, and John Weigold. Who would be willing to record on that one? Such a popular thing to do, you can tell.
Yeah, I'll give it a shot.
David, good for you. All right, so let me explain the process again.
You did, you didn't include Karen Dean?
Yeah, I'm not in a breakout room.
Oh, you are in breakout room 3. How did I miss reading you? It's Karen, Harry. Oh, you know what happened, Karen? You're the one that I moved from four to another room, and I forgot to tell you. I'm sorry. So you're with Harry, John Nixon, and Ray. Thank you for that correction on my part. I'm sorry. Okay, let me just explain again. When I click open up the rooms, which you can't see, but I can, you're immediately going to see on the screen which room you're going to. And what I want you to do is click that you want to join, you want to enter that room. If you don't click, you'll stay on the screen with Gail and me. So you'll just click it. For those of you that are recorders, as soon as you get into the room and people just brainstorm, again, you're not discussing them, you're not evaluating them, you're just getting them out. And my temptation is to do 5 minutes because I know you won't take 10, but let's try 7 minutes. That should be enough even for the recorder, because you're just saying brief. Usually there are words or maybe a phrase. It might be honesty and integrity would go together or something, but usually they're just words, so it shouldn't take you very long. And as soon as you're over, as soon as your group is through, you recorders need to go out of the room. And if everybody's done, I mean, if others want, usually the whole group goes out at the same time. And then what you do is you type into the chat only to Gail Savoy. So you go to chat and you look for Gail's name and you type it, and you just type them one under another. So one value and then another and then another and another, because what we'll do is number these and take you through a consensus process. What questions do you have, those of you that are recorders?
So I record on a piece of paper is fine.
No,
and then-
type it in on your computer. That goes faster for you and for Gail also. Right, Gail?
Yeah, actually, I'm fine if they just want to shout them out at me and they don't have to send them to me in chat, because they're usually very short and I can type them that fast. If you would like to give that a try, I'm up for it.
Okay, if all of you are okay with that, we'll just, when you come back, we'll just have you in the small group and have, we've never done it that way, but you want to try that?
Yeah, that would save the recorders from having to worry about typing into the chat.
I think that's a great idea, Gail. Yeah, we haven't done that before. Everybody okay? Recorders, you just got released from your assignment. So I am going to only give you 5 minutes to brainstorm. Or are you suggest that? Oh, yeah, I'll just give you 5 minutes instead of other.
I don't understand what the process is now.
You are going to be in the small group just like everybody else, and you don't have to record anything. Gail says that she could just type that when you all come out of the group, and I'll call on you, and people will just say what they say. Or what we could do is we could try just having you shout it out now, and Gail will just type them as you say them.
But wait a minute, this is confusing.
I know it's confusing because we're switching.
I thought Gail intended us to, as recorders, write down on a piece of paper what we hear, and then the recorder will say something to Gail when we come out of the room.
Yes, that was the plan. Gail was.
No, I think that's good. I think it's good for the one person in the group to keep the list. And so that when we come back together, that person will be the one who will make sure the list gets yelled out at me.
All right.
Yeah.
Everybody, recorders, you're back at work again now. Okay. So you'll just write it. You could, David Pearson, you could just write it in front of you because you're going to shout it out to Gail anyway when we come back as a group. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. See, you have to be flexible to change processes. So thank you for that. I'm going to just put you in for 5 minutes. I'm going to open the rooms. Remember to join that room where you won't be in there. Okay. So ready? And public, you're going into one of the rooms as well. Go.
Are we there?
Hey, Tom.
No.
Hey, Chief.
Carlos, hello, William.
Hello, good morning.
Brainstorming.
Yeah, I've got this up and ready to capture whatever you put down, and I'll read it off to you.
Yeah. Let me start with
Yes.
Tell me if you felt too rushed. Did that feel too rushed?
No, it was okay with us.
Yeah, because when I test this out now, what we're going to do is have the recorders. So that's Don and John, David, William. Okay. Instead of you just reading your whole list, I'm going to have you go back and forth.
Oh, one.
And because I don't want you to repeat things, because you might, somebody up might read the whole list and you think, well, they took away 5 of mine. So we're going to go back and forth, and I'm just going to call on you in order. I'll ask Don first, and then William, and then John, and then David P. Okay.
Okay. So
all right.
And I just
and
do.
what's going to happen? So you just give out one at a time. Okay. And you can cross it off, because if you hear somebody say one that you've got on your list, cross it off, and then you won't repeat it. Because we want different ones. And usually on core values, there's a lot of repetition, and this will prevent the repetition. So Don, let me find you on the screen.
Can you see me? If I put up my hand.
There you are. Gotcha.
Okay.
Okay. And so you'll say one, then William, you'll say one, then John, you'll say one, then David. And I'll just like that. So Don, give me the first one.
Marilyn, am I going to screen share?
Yes, go ahead and screen share. I don't need to be there. I don't need to see them. I can just call on you. Okay. So she's just got, so Don, give one, please.
Integrity.
William.
Wait a minute.
Wait a minute. Gail's got to start typing. I'm sorry. You couldn't tell I was an A+.
Okay, go.
Personality.
Okay.
William.
Spirit of collaboration between staff and departments.
Okay, John.
Open communication and transparency.
Is that 2 or 1?
It's 1.
Open communication and transparency. All right. David.
Safety.
All right, safety. Then I'll go back to Don.
Okay, commitment.
I think I'm going to say these out loud for the public.
Yes.
They're not seeing it written. William.
Creative problem-solving mentality.
Creative problem-solving mentality. Okay, John.
Team orientation.
David.
Honesty.
Okay, back to you, Don.
Collegiality.
Jesus.
I'd have probably problem spelling it. William.
Work ethic and customer service.
And are those 2 or 1?
1 heading.
All right. John.
Trust.
David P.
Respect.
Don.
Okay. Stewardship.
William.
A desire to serve the public we represent.
Desire to serve the public we represent. John.
Empathy.
David.
Diversity.
Don.
Fiscal responsibility.
William.
We've covered everything we came up with the other candidates.
All right, thank you. John.
Fame.
I'm sorry.
But also, we finished.
Oh, I thought you said fame. And I thought, well, fame is a very interesting core value. But you're done. Okay, David, how about you?
Imagination.
Don.
Proactive versus reactive.
How many more do you have, Don?
Well, let's see, there's 1, 2, 3, 4. They sort of duplicate and sort of don't. Maybe I call them out and you guys decide.
Okay, let me get David first. David, how many do you have left?
4 more.
Okay, I'll do you one at a time. Okay, so Don, give one of them.
Okay, democracy.
Democracy, David. One.
Compassion.
Compassion.
Uh,
Don.
Efficiency.
Efficiency. David.
Long-term outlook.
Long-term outlook.
Okay. And
Don.
drive.
Drive.
That means energy. Yeah, drive. And
Okay.
that finishes mine.
All right, and David.
I have customer service by itself,
Okay, customer service.
and then I have responsibility.
Responsibility. Okay, and it's about the length of the list I would expect. And Gail's going to now number these, and I'll tell you why here in a minute. Fortunately, computer does that quickly. So what I want you to do is I want you to pretend it's like the same process I used for the goals. I want you to pretend that you only got to decide the most important values for Cambria Communities Services District. And I want you in front of you to write down the 4 numbers. They don't have to be in priority order. Just write down the 4 numbers that you think are the most important. Now, what this is like it was with the goals, if you were with us for the goals, this helps me see what rises up and what drops out. All of these are good values, or it wouldn't have been mentioned. But the key is what do you want CCSD to stand for? What are the values? And the target is to come up with somewhere between 5 or 7. Some groups will maybe have 6 instead of 5, or 5, and usually there's at least 5, but it doesn't matter. So right now I'm going to have you choose 5. So put the numbers. So if you like, I'm not even going to look at them. I'm just going to say, if you like number 7 and number 12 and number 15 and number 25 and number 8, then that's all that would be on your card. Then I will call out the numbers and the tally to see where is the support and to bring you to consensus on your core values, and then you're going to get a break. So you're doing extremely well. You're exactly on time in terms of being able to move forward. So remember, 5 numbers in any order. Don't do any combinations. So just put those numbers in front of you. I'll give you a minute or so or more than a minute, a couple minutes to look at those numbers and decide, and then I'll ask for the numbers.
A quickie question, Marilyn.
Sure.
Okay, after I think I missed while you were talking, once we've determined our 4 choices, do we just sit here and wait, or are we supposed to do something else?
No, just sit here and wait.
Thanks.
And did I tell you 4 choices or 5?
Good question. Four?
Five.
Five.
Oh,
I
oh.
probably confused you. It's supposed to be five. So I'm glad you asked a question, Don.
Thank you.
Because that really foul up the process if some went with four and some went with five.
Okay.
Remember, they don't have to be in priority. Any order is fine.
Respect. 12. 50. Shoot.
Okay, who needs more time? Y'all have five? This process works if everybody has the same number. Okay, here's how we're going to do this. Let's see, I'm just going to call out the number because I need to see you. If I'm seeing the core values, I'm not seeing how you're selecting. So Gail, if you can take away the screen. And what I'm going to do is ask you to put your hand up by your face if you have selected one of the numbers that I call out. So when I say number one, put your hand up. Some people seem to use the one that's on the computer that's a yellow hand, but some people get confused with it. So just put it up by your hand and leave it up until I have a chance to count. And what we're going to do is tally all of them. And David, do you have a question?
Yes. Can I vote for the same one 5 times?
No, I've usually got somebody that's like that in the group. No, you may not vote for the same one. Okay. All right. Any other questions? Now, this is just a straw poll. Cindy.
Yeah, I apologize. Could you put the choices up one more time? I just realized for myself that that I have 6 rather than 5.
Oh, okay. So you want the whole list up again?
Please, I
Okay,
apologize
Gail.
for
That's
the additional time.
Not a big deal. You all are doing great. It's right. You're right. Progressing on time just perfectly.
And Marilyn, this is John Weigold.
And we see you, John. Hi.
Yes, I'm coming off for the voting. Just keep in mind, Pam is on phone now too because her laptop battery died.
Oh. Okay. And so, all right. I guess I'll just guess. I just guess I'll ask Pam. Pam, thank you for. That's what I'll do. I'll say, Pam, what's your number? Since I'm not able to do that.
Okay.
Anybody else have trouble with sound? All right, we're going to take away the screen of the core values now, and I'm going to call out the number. And you know what, Pam? I think maybe the way to do this. What's your phone number so I know where I'm looking? Does it end in 5134, 6250, or 6085? Oops, I'm not hearing her from her anywhere.
Pam is 6085, so you could probably fill in her name.
Okay. 6085. All right. Okay. Somebody have a question? All right, I'm going to call out these numbers quickly. I'm going to count. Gail's going to write them down. We're going to look to see what the pattern is. So how many said number one? Put your hand up right next to your face and leave it up until I have a chance to count. 6. Number two. Number 2. 3. Number 3. 7. Number 4. 6. Number 5. 5. 0. Number 6. 2. Number 7. 1. Number 8. 4. Number 9. 0. Number 10. 2. Number 11. 5. Number 12. 2. Number 13. 4. Number 14. 4. Number 15. 1. Number 16.
Marilyn, that
Yes.
last one, I saw at least 2 hands on that.
Did you? Thank you for that. Let me ask again then. Number 15, let's do again. 15. 2, I'm sorry. You're right. Thank you. That's very helpful. Number 16. 16. 0. Number 17. 8. Number 18. 18. 2. Number 19. 2. Number 20. 1. Number 21. 0. Number 22. Oh, wait a minute. John, did you have your hand up? I'm sorry, I'm not hearing you.
21, yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed that. 21. 22 now, thank you. 22. 2. Number 23. 2. Number 24. 0. Number 25. 4. Number 26. 2. Now, Pam, what were your numbers, please? You'll have to unmute yourself. Pam, unmute and then tell me your 4 numbers.
If she doesn't answer, just press on.
Start.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you. I'm so sorry
Okay.
you lost your video. What, give me the 4 numbers you had,
So
please.
I can't see
5 numbers?
5 numbers.
I'm on
Thank
my
you.
cell phone.
I didn't hear you, Pam.
I cannot see anything because I'm just on my cell phone, so I can't see what you all are looking at.
Oh, I'm sorry. So you didn't see the list to begin with.
No, I can't see the list.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. That's too bad. Well, you
That's
know, it's a
fine.
miracle that we're all together because the original information PG&E is that this wouldn't be coming back until 11 o'clock. So praise
Yeah.
God, we're at least this far, but I'm sorry. Okay, at least you heard us read. Do any of those words stick in your mind when you hear it, even though you don't see the list and the number?
So I can just see the tiebreaker.
Okay, all right. Well, we'll just move on and see what Gail shows in terms of the summary. So what she's going to show, and I wish all of you could see it, including the public, but it doesn't work that way. So go ahead, Gail, and put it up, the tally. So what she's done is that she's highlighted the ones that rose up toward the top. And here's what I'll ask you. Even if you didn't suggest it, even if you didn't choose it, do you think integrity is important to be stood for? And let me take the screen away. This is what, see, I can't see you. So I've got to talk to Zoom about modifying how they do this. So Gail, let's take the screen away for a minute. Are you, even if you, that's what consensus means. Even if you see that it's not a number of yours, but you think, yeah, that makes sense. Are you okay with integrity group? Just nod or whatever. Okay, we'll go back to the next one now. So integrity, and they're not intended to be in priority.
And
Open-
Marilyn,
Yes,
Marilyn,
Cindy.
I
Yes,
believe
Cindy.
we had 5 choices and there are only 4 highlighted.
Well, that's because what we'll do is we'll look and see, maybe there's a combination of a
Okay.
couple that are alike.
Okay.
I asked
thank
for
you.
that, and that's why I was a little confused whether I asked you for 4 or 5, because it's common that 4 come up. Okay, thank you for the comment. Open communication and transparency. Let me look at the group. Gail, take away the screen. Oh, do you think that's important? Open communication and transparency. All right. That becomes another one of them. And we'll go back to the screen again. Another one was safety. Is it important that CCSD is known for safety and that guides you? And we'll have to take the screen away and look at, take away the list, Gail, and I'll let, okay. Tom, a question.
Yeah, my question on that is, I'm a little confused by the term, what it means. Does it mean safe, just operational safety, or we provide a safe product to the, we're basically have the safety of the public in mind? Because there's a couple.
Let's have a discussion about that. Somebody respond to him.
So
I
this is
kind of agree
this is
with
John Weigold. I'll throw in my 2 cents on this, because this is one of the ones I have as my internal core value for the team here. And I looked at safety first and foremost because, one, it's a large part of what we do from an operations standpoint, but I also want to create a safe working environment so that you can have safety in speaking with one another. You're not going to be attacked. And so safety from a personal standpoint, you feel safe in your working environment.
So is it then what you're saying is a safe working environment? Is that what you're saying, John?
No, I think that's a part of it. I think safety from a physical standpoint is important, but I also think safety applies to personal safety, feeling safe here, working at CCSD or part of the team.
And before I go back, let me go to Harry had his hand up, and John, and then Tom will come to you.
I just want to make the comment that that term itself is very nebulous, and you could probably quiz all of us and we might have a different definition of safety, whereas most of these are fairly straightforward and we would all interpret them pretty much exactly the same. So I just feel uncomfortable with that term, but I'm just one person and a lot of people voted for it.
Now, John, and then Tom, I haven't forgotten you. John Nixon was next.
No, I just wasn't raising my hand. I apologize.
Oh, it looked like it. Okay, back to you, Tom.
Yeah.
And then Don.
It seems to me that maybe the respect value ties into this, because an atmosphere of mutual respect is I think what John Weigold was talking about with the safety part. So maybe there's a combination of those two that could be that would clarify a little bit for me.
Okay, Don, your input.
Thank you. I voted for this because I interpreted it to mean both safety for our workers and safety for the public and safety for the community. I think all of those things can be, the fact that it is in fact such a broad term, I think makes it very ideal for a core value. Safety in all respects.
So you're saying it should be safety for our workers, our community, and the public. Did I hear that right? Okay.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
let's
Workers
see.
Go
ahead, Cindy, go ahead.
Safety, I think community and public are the same thing. So it's possibly, community could be the district personnel and the community and the public. Something that it just seemed like public and community were the same thing.
Okay, what's the group think here?
I agree.
How do you differentiate that, Don?
I see the safety as being more than individuals. One can speak about the community as not only the people, but the physical community. So I rather like public, to me, means the people, but community can be the people plus the infrastructure plus the forest. It's Cambria as a whole, and that's the way I take it. So
okay. All right, let's see who else wants to say something that hasn't said anything yet. Gordon.
The involvement with safety is everybody's responsibility for all actions taken.
Okay. Now my job is not, I'm not trying to say what you should say. What I try to do is listen for where's there duplication. And I think I was hearing that you're talking about both in physical and environmental safety. Is that true?
Right, I'm talking about everyone's responsibility, and no matter what they do, the first interest, and I think John's trying to indicate this, is that you want to have safety as your primary concern. So what you do doesn't affect others.
Okay, and when you talk about physical safety, that would mean everybody. That would mean
Right.
the community, that would mean the
Correct.
workers, whatever. And environmental, somebody mentioned environmental. So I was wondering if it's physical and environmental safety is going to guide you. And that's what.
Environmental is also a big point, obviously, to
Okay,
be aware of.
What does the group think of combining those as a definition?
Could you restate that, please?
It would be physical, which means it doesn't matter whether it's staff or public or whomever, physical and environmental safety. Creating doing things that contribute to environment. I'm just bringing out what I was hearing.
Yeah.
That's not my perception. Mine goes beyond that. It's and personal responsibility. I think that's a whole separate issue, and what we're talking about are cores for the district, and we're not assigning a value statement to people in the way that they should accept their own responsibilities and things.
Yeah, the reason I pulled that out, Cindy, is that some people were saying the public and the community and the staff, and so I was trying to figure out what
right.
I'm assuming that you all are in support of safety. It's
No.
just how it's defined, right?
It's what it encompasses, what each one of these embraces safety to be.
Okay, do you need to know, and my job is to ask you questions, do you need to know that about every word that you have?
No.
Let's look back at the list for a minute. You've got an integrity. Do you need to define what integrity means to have integrity on the list?
No.
Do you need to have safety defined to have safety being a priority for you as an organization?
No, I don't think so.
That's really where you are, I think.
Yeah.
If safety is it, these are our core values. Bing, 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 bing. Safety, open communication, and transparency. Because I don't think there's any, I didn't sense by looking at you as a group that there was a problem with safety. It was a definition of safety. Is that right?
I think it goes back to what Director Farmer mentioned about the fact that word seems to be a little bit more broad and open-ended than the other ones. So I think a few of us just feel like maybe it's something that doesn't rise to the top as far as a core value. It's something that should just be inherent in what we do.
Can you assume a core value? See, values is one thing. A core value means that's at the top of consideration of everything. Like I say, I'm sensing that people are not having trouble with safety. It's a definition of safety. So we have safety as a priority is what you're saying. We have integrity as a priority. If you're comfortable with that, I'm not picking up that people don't agree with the word safety. It's just whether or not it needs to be defined specifically.
Well, and in that regard, I mean, thinking through it, if you take the term safety as a core value, and if each department, for instance, of CCSD took safety into its realm of consideration, then they're defining the safety requirements within their own construct. So operations and the way that they address the plant, the wastewater plant or the water plant, safety has a whole different meaning than the administration department, where it probably talks more to workplace safety and may express itself in different ways. So I think you personalize the concept of safety as you take it to the areas in which it is needed.
So does that mean you don't have safety as one of the?
No. I think that safety may be able to stand alone as a term.
Okay. All right. And that, Gail, I'd like to get back to the group again, please. My sense is that you embrace safety. May we leave that as the single word and move on? Because otherwise, and it's not always, collaboration is not always everybody. It's what the group feels collectively it can live with. That you're making a statement, Ray.
No, in addition to what Melissa said, and also to what Dr. Seidel said, so for us, obviously, utilities safety is a #1 priority for our operations. It's #1, and but still, guys do unsafe things, and I think the argument for it being a core value is if like I'm imagining myself doing an orientation to say, okay, safety first, everyone, and safety is also a core value of our district. So that's how I would argue for it. So I do support it being a core value, even though I didn't initially vote for it. So
okay, the process now is we leave it or we take it out, and because I need to move you on to the next one.
Okay.
So is it okay to leave it? It seems like I know that one of you is not particularly comfortable with it. On the other hand, the option is to get rid of it. And I'm sensing from the group that it's okay. You know what, Pam, are you trying to say something? Oh, I got a round yellow circle there. I guess not. Okay, so it looks like we're able to leave safety, that there's support for leaving that, and the definition is going to get more definition, maybe in a goal. So let's go back to the list, Gail. And fiscal responsibility. Anybody have a comment or problem with fiscal responsibility being, and again, we'll go away from that for a minute. Anybody have a problem with fiscal responsibility as a core value? What core value means is it guides your behavior.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that looks like it's okay. Now, even though I said 5, we had 4 that rose up more quickly, and you could stop with 4. There's nothing miraculous about 4. But what sometimes happens when this occurs is that you see that several were alike, and that gave support. David, did you want to say something, David Pearson?
Yes.
Okay.
I would like to advocate for customer service. I can't believe that we don't have that up there. That's what we're all about. If we don't care about the customer, then we're in deep doo-doo.
And I'm getting some head nodding with you.
Number 25 and number 10 combined would give 8 points. And then if you threw number 14 in there, 25, 14, and 10 combined are like 10 points, which would be.
Okay. All right. And that's the kind of thing you do. You did the kind of thing I was going to ask people to look at the list and see where combinations were. But does it make sense to you that customer service? And is customer service good customer service? Is there bad customer service? What's your goal? Or what's your, I don't want to use the word goal. What's your concept? Is customer service?
Two words come to mind, either responsive or quality.
Or both.
Or world-class customer service.
Well, that's also possible if you want world-class.
Yeah. Well, we've got the financial means for establishing a
yeah, world-class.
Yeah,
if you have
a department of world-class.
Okay, Tom, you had your hand up.
I'll bring up respect again too. Respect.
Okay, well, let's take customer.
A lot of things enter into it.
You're not limited to 5.
Yeah.
Let me just see, customer service. And is it, I mean, I remember doing this with the sharper image. I'll never forget that. I facilitated every 6 months for 15 years until a raider came in and took away the company. It was bizarre. Anyhow, well, here's where I learned the term. They said exemplary customer service. And I found myself saying, tell me your definition. It means, and I use it when I get good, really good customer service, it means above and beyond expectations. So it's not world class, but exemplary means you don't just meet people's needs, you go the next step if you need to.
Mhm.
I don't mean to get into your, but I just immediately came back to my mind when that came up, is if you wanted to, because customer service can be bad customer service, which wouldn't usually be a core value, but do you want to have some definition as Cindy has suggested? Or do you
Well,
want to just say?
I liked exemplary. I think that's an excellent term.
Sounds fine to me.
I would vote for that too.
Is that okay with you?
Mhm.
And then people will say, what do you mean? And then you just say, exactly, like if I get somebody who really gives me good service on the telephone, I will ask to talk to their boss. And I will say, they gave me exemplary customer service, which means above and beyond expectations. So it's different than customer service. Okay, we'll put exemplary customer service. Let's look at respect. Let's go back to, and that means respect for each other as well as for the public or community or whatever. So we could look at the list again. And then when we're finished with this, then we will give you a break. Customer service, and it was in a number of places. So it's exemplary customer service scales put down here. Respect, number 12. Let's get a reaction to respect. Do you need to be known for being respectful? And let's take, I need to take the screen away again. I'm sorry. What do you think? Is respect need to be a guiding principle for all of you? With each other, with the public, whomever. Does that work?
I think it falls under integrity.
I do too. Yeah. And actually, I think that there's some tailings of it into the exemplary customer service, because there's no way you can provide something like that without dealing with people in a respectful term.
Okay, what do you want to do with the group? You want to add it to something else, or does it need to stand by
Karen
itself?
has her hand up.
Oh, I miss, oh, Karen, you know what? There's something about the bookshelves, I guess, that I miss your hand. Got you. I'm sorry. Thank you, Cindy.
Is there a way to put respect in with open communication and transparency? Because quite often the communication that we get from the public is not respectful. So I think mutual respect in our communication and transparency, is there a way to put that?
Or do you want to say mutual respect and that's it? Because you remember, these are all going to fit together anyway.
Yeah, I like mutual respect. That works for me.
Because that's what I heard Cindy say.
Yeah, that
Is
works.
that important? Mutual respect? Whether you're talking about a fellow.
But actually, yeah, Karen voiced it, but I agree with her completely.
Okay. Group, can you live with that? Mutual respect? Okay, we got it.
Thank you.
Now what we're going to do is look back where we are, and I'm going to summarize and give you a break. So Gail will have that on the list. And remember, she puts underneath, not in priority order, because it's so easy for people to think these are in priority. And then you get caught by saying, well, how come you took this over this one? And it's not, they're not. Okay. Gail, you want to just show them what they chose? That way I can summarize for the public too, because it's not seeing it. So what's been summarized, these are core values, not in priority order: integrity, open communication and transparency, safety, fiscal responsibility, exemplary customer service, and mutual respect. So you have completed that, and now I'm going to share the screen and stop the other screen, and we're here. So you can see we're clear down to here. When we come back, we'll review and revise if needed the 3-year goals and do the objectives. And you're perfectly on time. You're doing great. So you will have a break. I'm looking at a clock that says 10:30. 10:31. Okay, so at a 11:15, if that's okay for 1 minute, 11:15 or 1 minute after that, come back. Just get away from it all. Tom, did you have a question?
Yeah, maybe our one of our core values should be being on time.
Okay, that sounds like a good core value.
Okay.
All right, with that, you are away. Just mute yourself, and you can go off the screen if you choose.
Hey, Marilyn, this is John Weigold. We got power back here at
Oh, good.
district, so we're powering our devices back up.
Oh, wonderful. Great news. Okay, everybody, enjoy your break. I just have the agenda on.
Okay, you are up and rolling.
Up and rolling, good. Thank you for letting us know. Okay, where we are is here on identify core, below identify core values, review and revise if needed the 3-year goals. Remember, the goals are what Cambria Community Services District needs to accomplish. You had a whole lot of goals and you narrowed it down to these 4 at the last workshop. And typically the goals don't change, or there might be a word change or whatever. If there's to be any change in the goals, there would have to be consensus, because these was formed by consensus, so we're not starting over. We're assuming these are in place unless there's some adjustment. It is possible, if need be, that you have a 5th goal. That's the maximum number of goals with every group, whether it's corporate, nonprofit, whatever. I never do more than 5 goals. And occasionally when it's happened to do 6, they've come back and said it's too many, which doesn't surprise me, because you all have a whole lot you're doing besides the strategic plan. So we're going to look here now at the goals. And Gail has those on the cover sheet of the record that you're going to be getting. And I will just say, is this still a priority? That's how I'll ask. Increase and improve communications. What you'll see is so interesting is how closely your core values align with the goals you already chose. Increase and improve communications with the public. Any comment? That still makes sense? All right. Achieve and sustain adequate financial resources to fulfill the mission. Any comment on that? Okay. Achieve a balanced policy for growth and resources. Any comments? Tom, you have a comment? And David, second.
Yeah, a question on that is, I don't, at this point, this is a very long, this is actually more than a 3-year goal in a way. I'm not sure there's much more to do on it in that time frame than we've already done.
In the 3 years, it goes to 2020.
Well, I mean, yeah, the policy is a lot of it's dependent on permitting, a permitting process that's going to be going on for the next couple of years. And nothing is actually going to be done, I don't think, pretty much until then. So it's a little bit more of a long term. There was planning done. There was efforts made to identify sources of water and so forth that are short term. in terms of studying things, but I'm not sure what kind of policy we can develop at this point when we don't have the conditions, I suppose you could say, are for legal and otherwise for growth are not settled yet.
Okay, David, you wanted to make a comment?
As I recall, we had two basic objectives on this one, and we accomplished both of those. Unless we have other objectives, I think this one needs to go on the back burner for now.
Well, you will have other objectives today. You know, I mean, every 6 months you look back at the objectives and then decide the additional objectives. So would you agree that because those two are already completed, I see on the update that I got on the matrix, that they are completed? Are you thinking there's nothing, sort of like Tom, there's no more, and it's not unusual to have something that's going to take longer than 3 years to come up. Like there's a finance goal in every group, and it's usually oftentimes financial stability and sustainability. And it ends up every time I'm with a group after their 3-year period. So the key is, do you need a balanced policy for growth and resources? Is the work already done? So Gail, let's take away the list and let me look at the group and have some feedback. Gordon, your hand's up.
I'm a very good advocate for maintaining the balance between the growth of the community and the resources there. So this should remain on it as a high priority to strive through no matter what's been completed, because there's always changes within the time span. The permitting happens, other things come up, environmental concerns. So I assume we should still be considered that as a goal.
Okay, let's have some more discussion. Go ahead, Karen.
Okay, so we've obtained the two objectives that were put in under this goal, but the long-term part of this goal would be to achieve a balanced policy. And there isn't much more we can do until we start getting the results of the studies that are being done. The in-stream flow study, both task 1 and task 2, which looks at the environment and everything else in relationship to growth and resources. So while we've completed what we have set as the objectives, the total goal won't be completed until we get more information. And that's not going to happen probably for a couple of years anyway. So I don't know if we want to leave this on the back burner and wait and work on this some more once information gets brought to us from these studies. I mean, we are going to be reviewing our goals every 6 months. We could pick this up at some point if we get more information. Does that work for everybody?
I'm seeing some head noddings. Let's have some more feedback on this. Yes, go ahead, Harry.
I just want to say that with regard to resources, obviously, we're talking financial resources or the resources that the resource that the public is when they provide us feedback at board meetings and that type of thing. But I think when I think of resources, I think about the health of our water supply from the 2 creeks. That's an invaluable resource that we have in our community, and also just the overall well-being of the forested areas due to drought, due to the climate crisis that we're facing right now. Maybe that seems a little bit nebulous, but that's the way I would, that's the way I would, in some ways, define what resources are. And so where we're at in that regard, I can't necessarily say that it needs to be put on the back burner.
Okay, Cindy was next, and then Gordon. Go ahead, Cindy.
Yeah, I don't know if, I think that the term back burner infers something that isn't intended. I mean, that back burner doesn't mean, let's set it aside because it isn't important. What I think back burner means in this context is we're in somewhat of a holding pattern regarding what this statement represents, because it's talking about balanced policy for growth and resources. We do have things that we have to take into account before we can actually make some significant strides in one way or another. And I'm not saying that we should forget the idea of the things that Director Farmer framework for us. It's important. But I think, for instance, as an aside, I think our fire issues and the idea of how we deal with being able to bring people out of the community in terms of fire, or what actions we can take that will make us smarter in the way that we're managing the potential impacts, is something that needs to come to the forefront right now. And that we can't come up with all of the resolutions, or maybe even additional objectives that we can add to the balanced policy for growth and resources right now. And I would really like to be able to try to bring some focus to something that I think affects the community as a whole, and that is the whole discussion of fire issues.
Yeah, and I was given information, and I could see it in your weaknesses, that fire very well may end up being a goal of its own. So what I want to do is just take this particular issue and see, do you take it away, or do you just put one objective, or do you put future objectives upon such and such a happening? Then you're going to do this. Let me call on people who got their hands up, which was Gordon first and then John. Go ahead, Gordon.
Well, my comment originally was what is encompassing sort of what is indicated later by others, especially Harry, in that my intent is not to solely focus on the water plant being the sole source of the community growth problems or concerns, although obviously it's the high concern during drought, etc. But fire, as Cindy brought up, is very important. Things we need to be looking at for growth, whether we're going to chop down the trees or get more access through the community to get out in case of a fire. So that was my intent by keeping it on there as a whole community of activities, and not just concentrating on one permit that may not happen for 5 years or whatever the situation is.
Okay, and it's sounding like that there might end up having to be an objective to more clearly define what this balanced policy for growth and resources means. John, let's go to you, and then Tom, did you want to say something again?
Yep, Karen
Okay,
had her hand up first, though. Yeah, Karen had her
Okay,
hand up.
John, and Karen, where's Karen? Oh, I wish I could keep you all in one place so I could go back. So John and then Karen, let's go to you after John.
Yeah, so I just, I had a couple of things in mind. Cindy already enunciated a couple of them, and certainly Gordon hammered on a couple. And I look at this as way more broader than water. Certainly, if you're focused on water as this goal, and you are on a wait list, you look at this very differently than somebody who already has water. And so, so that has to be taken into account. But also, you know, there are people that bought properties long ago, and, you know, I think we have an obligation to keep doing things in that regard, you know, because it's our obligation as a organization. But there are other issues that are in this balance of growth and resources, and the one that comes to mind for me right off the bat is Parks, Rec, open space. We have different interest groups with certain demands that for services and facilities, and we're not able to execute on those because of the resource constraints. So and we have unbalanced resources and obligations in other parts of the organization. I'm thinking Fiscalini Ranch. So I think this goal has to stay, or I would recommend this goal stay, and we think about the objectives. And to your point, there may be, Marilyn, there may be only one objective this time around, but I still think there's great value on this goal.
Karen? Go ahead, Karen. Go ahead.
Back burner was probably not the good term to use, because I didn't mean to just shove it aside and wait. I basically meant, you know, a pause while we get more information. But can we add objectives to this goal? Because
oh yeah, well, that's what you're here to do.
It's very true that one of the issues we need to look at for growth and resources is fire, our fire evacuation plans, the forest health, all of those things. Can we add objectives to this goal? Things that are needed for growth and resources.
You're here to add objectives at this retreat. At each time you look back at what you've accomplished and applaud yourselves and look forward. And sometimes an objective will come up and people know that it cannot fall in the 6 months. So Gail labels that future so that everybody knows it's not a typo, it's future and why. And the whole issue of fire may become a separate issue, but I am hearing there's a lack of clarity about what this goal really means. Is it just related to water or whatever? That in and of itself would be an objective to clarify what that means. So I'm back to Tom and then to Dawn and then to Cindy.
Yeah. I think the word that hangs us up is growth here, because that aspect of planning, or you want to call it, or the goal, refers to something that for the next couple of years is not in our control at all, because it's up to basically Coastal Commission, other agencies to determine how much we can grow, if at all. And as I think as Karen was noting, there are studies being done now on our use of the water from San Simeon Creek that will determine, and through the Coastal Commission, ultimately, what capacity we have for growth at all. So I think the things we're talking about with fire and resources are not so much about growth, it's just about what the present population of Cambria needs, and safety and resource management for the community as it is now. And that, I don't think the goal is confusing to me, because it seems to be planning for growth. And what we're really talking about with, especially with, say, fire evacuation and wildfire safety, is planning for right now for protection of the people who live here. And also the fiscal aspect of it, I think, is taken up with the third goal, fiscal sustainability. I think that's actually already incorporated in the third goal. That's already there. So I'm inclined to not back burner, but maybe to redefine this to something else slightly.
All right, I'm going to Dawn or Cindy, and then Dawn, you had your hand up too, didn't you? All of a sudden I've got, because I want you to feel like you have a good discussion, but I also need to get you to the point where you're drafting objectives before lunch. So Dawn, go ahead. Cindy, Cindy, I think you were before Dawn. Cindy, and then Dawn, and then John.
Go right ahead, Dawn.
Please, go ahead, Dawn.
Okay. Yeah, I was just reading this. Okay, first of all, I think this needs to stay on our list. I think that what I see here is an ongoing discussion. Two things I note of the accomplishments, the goals that were accomplished really are not directly related to achieving a policy, but simply the initial work that needs to be done in terms of like identifying conservation measures and additional sources of water. But the issue here, and the operative word that I see, is the term balanced. The issue is not growth or no growth. It just says growth. Growth can mean not growth. It can also mean growth, or it can mean how much growth, for example. And resources, it's very broad, and I like the fact that it's broad. I think that really what we need here, I would recommend that we definitely keep this, and that this is an ongoing discussion, because as circumstances change and as the board and as the district adapts to these changes, it would be nice if we had been having some high-level discussions, general discussions about what policy should be regarding growth and regarding the use of resources. It's very broad, but I think it's definitely worth, there is no policy, and we have not discussed this initial work. There has been no discussion of an actual policy. And so that does need to stay on the table, because that we already have growth occurring in this community, and we have people who don't want even that small amount of growth to occur. So this is an ongoing thing. It's not something that just waits. And so I feel very strongly that this needs to be kept.
Okay, it was Cindy and then John, and I'd like to bring this to a decision. There is not consensus to change it.
I don't know that we're going to, this is a very large conversation.
Mhm.
And I don't know that we're going to come to something finite in what we're trying to do today. I think that maintaining or keeping this goal is appropriate. Perhaps as part of the conversation that's already gone on, there was the suggestion that we define more specifically what this means for us in the short term, and then that could result in some very specific objectives that we might still be able to address.
Okay.
But
John?
it is, I think you kind of have to, one of my favorite terms is eat the elephant a bite at a time, and this is an elephant, and so I think that having a conversation or getting some suggestions out on the table of what this can encompass and what areas of that we can do something about in the near term, and then set objectives for those.
Okay, John Weigel, and then Harry, and then I've got to bring you to closure on what you're going to do here. John?
Oh, I was, yeah, I think Don more appropriately, or Director Howell more appropriately addressed the term growth. I like that. I was going to suggest we talk and define a little bit more about the growth aspect, because I agree with Director Howell. I think this is a wide issue and to be discussed more in detail.
Okay. All right, Harry.
I just want to quickly say, I agree with Vice President Howe, but Melissa Bland had her hand up on this item also for a while. So
Where's Melissa?
Thank you.
Thank you, Harry.
I know there's been a lot of conversation on it. So just really quickly, I did want to say that from a very practical perspective, there is policy that needs to happen on this item, even from a water resource perspective, because we do have the growth issue of affordable housing and accessory dwelling units. And those are items that staff will need policy direction from the board on within the next 3 years. Not to mention that the in-stream flow study is set to be completed within that 3-year timeframe. So there will be opportunity for policy direction there. So I still think the original objectives can be, expanded on. This item definitely should remain as a goal.
Okay, I think we've got the fact that it's going to remain as a goal because there's not consensus to change it. Okay. And it sounds like there's a lot to be done in terms of definitions. When I first read it, I kept reading it, achieve balanced growth and resources. And then I'd say, no. It's a policy for balanced growth and resources. So remember, I put you in small groups. You choose which group you want to draft objectives. So those of you that have been articulate about how to clarify this, you're probably going to be fighting to get underneath this goal to develop objectives. But let's look at the list again. Gail, and the question here is, let's see, here we go. Develop and implement a long-term infrastructure and resources plan. Does anybody have problems with that continuing as a goal? Okay, then I did hear, Cindy mentioned it, but I've heard it with others talking about fire and safety and all of that. So if you wanted to go around that, that's your choice. So it would need to have an active verb and what you expected to attain in 3 years. David Pearson.
Okay, I'm pretty passionate about this one since I'm on the moderator of the Fire Safe Focus Group here in town. So the goal I came up with was to increase community preparedness for a wildfire. And I think this is something that has to be addressed. I think it could go underneath the growth one, but I think this needs to be on its own and have its own objectives, because there are a number of things that we need to do to prepare for a wildfire that we're not currently doing in with the speed that we need to accomplish it at. And we need the CCSD's impetus behind this to get it done faster.
Okay. Other people want to make a comment? Tom?
Yeah, I agree very strongly with David on this. And also, in terms of making it a goal rather than short-term objectives within another goal, is that one is it's of paramount importance in this community to have wildfire protection, but also some of the things that need to be done, especially in the development of alternative evacuation routes, are not short-term 6-month projects. We have possibilities of having to negotiate with landowners, get funding, all kinds of things. It could take a lot of time and takes a lot of planning and also studies that need to be done. So it's a longer term project than just a short term objective. So I'm very much in favor of making it a 5th goal.
Okay, I'm not seeing people having any problems with having a fire related goal. Is that right? Because what we ought to do, if you're on board about that, then let's get the wording. And think about the wording, where the wording is something that you can are expected by the public to accomplish within 6 months versus a long range goal in which that accomplishment would be an objective rather than a goal. Okay, so let's look at the wording. Cindy, you haven't spoken on this.
Actually, I
And then back to
think
Donna.
that David Pearson's suggestion for the goal probably fits the bill perfectly. Increase community preparedness for wildfire. That defines things that we need to work towards for that preparedness. It's defining that it's something that has to be increased. It's something that has to, get some boundaries put around it and specific items being executed against it. So I would purport to use that as the goal.
Okay. All right, John, why go?
I was just curious if wildfire is broad enough from an emergency standpoint. Would love to hear from the chief on that.
William.
I appreciate the discussion. Marilyn, you brought this up at the last meeting we had because there was no specific goal identified for this category. What we're talking about here has fingers in many different areas specific to emergency services for the community. Evacuation is only one. Home hardening, future code adoption, staffing, resources, all of those things need to be addressed. We have critical issues in regards to staffing looking down the road, and then just continued resource availability for the community. So it should be something, in my humble opinion, that is broad enough to encompass each one of those categories. Some kind of a goal, and then when we get down to the strategy part of this, we identify those various components that we'd be looking at. So something just about enhancing existing and future emergency services, or fire evacuation studies, personnel. I'm not exactly sure how you want to capture that, but it needs something to be broad enough to capture each one of those different components of what's going to be necessary for us to be successful.
When you said existing, enhance existing, and I lost you because I don't write fast enough. What was the other? Because you sounded like you wanted it to be broader than just wildfires.
Yes, so
over
it would
3
be
years, because the public may say, how come it's
existing,
taking you 3 years?
right,
So when-
existing infrastructure, personnel, and capabilities for the community.
That doesn't
It
really
needs-
address
but that doesn't address the evacuation component, but that's only one component, and it's all of those things need to be looked at.
Okay, let's see if I, Don and then Tom.
Well, Don's been waiting for a while.
Oh, thank you. Actually, I like Dave's wording pretty well, but I think maybe rather than increase preparedness, how about achieve preparedness? I mean, increase could mean anything, but what we really want is a fully prepared community. And that's where we need to be looking. And yes, we do that by increasing, but I think what we really need to talk about is the end result that we want to achieve. And
That's what the goal is.
Community that is safe from destruction by fire. That, I don't know, but I think maybe increase is a little too vague. And what I'd like to see is an end result as to where we would like to be on this. In other words, we want an evacuation route. We want to have our fire plans updated. is a whole bunch of things that we need to do in order to achieve the maximum amount of fire survivability that we can have in this community. I hate waking up in the morning and looking at this wonderful weather and thinking how ominous it is.
Tom.
And beyond that.
Go ahead, Tom.
Oh, Marvin.
Oh, Marvin.
Yeah, I think the word comprehensive might take William's point there. I like Don, achieve a comprehensive emergency plan for the community.
Yeah, you're talking about preparedness and resiliency, and I don't know if there's a way to combine that with the comprehensive approach.
Okay.
I would
make notes here. Thank you, Marvin. Tom. And
yeah,
then
I would argue
to pull something together.
I would argue to keep the wildfire terminology, the term wildfire in the goal though, because that's our defined, we're defining a serious deficiency in our preparedness for wildfire. I don't want to I wouldn't want to see it watered down too much and made all emergency services kind of, and have it sort of a subset of emergency services. And also the execution of this goal in terms of objectives doesn't include a lot of the things that William was talking about. It was talking about home hardening, it's talking about municipal code revision for defensible space, staffing for that, as well as evacuation planning. It incorporates a lot of the things that William was talking about as that are needed. But I do think to make the public understand that we're putting this issue of wildfire protection front and center, I think that still has to be in the title of the goal.
Okay, the question, and my job is to ask questions and pick up what I'm hearing. If you're a community member and you read that the 3-year goal is to prepare the community for wildfire, does that concern you that it's a 3-year goal? Karen, you have a comment.
I like leaving the word, if I can go back to what we were just talking about. I like leaving the word wildfire in there because that's one of the key issues that is on people's minds right now. And achieving a plan within a 3-year period, I mean, it's not like the plan's going to disappear once we achieve it. It's going to continually be updated, but I also see what the chief's concerns are too. So how about something like achieve a comprehensive plan for wildfire and other major emergencies? So it's more than just wildfire, but we need to leave wildfire in the title, in my opinion, because that is one of the major concerns of everybody I talk to all around this community is wildfire.
Okay, let's see. So what I've had here, and to attach it to, as you have, to another suggestion, achieve and I didn't write this, I'm writing down words I'm hearing people say, achieve a comprehensive emergency plan to, oh golly, address fire and other emergencies. Was that how you said it, Karen? I feel like I left out something. Read it again, what you said.
Achieve a comprehensive plan for wildfire and other major emergencies.
Oh, for what? Okay, what do you think, group?
Well,
okay, let me see if there's anybody else wants to speak for a minute, Tom, because I sometimes I'm missing people.
I think so.
Especially Karen. Okay, anybody else? Because we need to bring this to closure. Tom?
Maybe we've done so much rewording that we have now we're achieving a plan, which sounds like, that does sound like kind of a weak 3-year goal. Maybe going back to achieving community preparedness for wildfire and other emergencies.
How's that one? Boy, I got a lot of hit.
Achieve full preparedness in 3 years, not just plan for it.
Okay, let's say it again. Achieve
community preparedness for wildfire and other emergencies.
That's a good way to state that, Tom. It also directly ties into our adopted multi-jurisdictional hazard mitigation plan and other documents that actually guide how we approach these issues. So that's a good way to do that.
Okay, can you support that, group?
Can we restate it, please?
Achieve a community preparedness achieve community preparedness for wildfire and other emergencies.
Well, I think what we have to do is achieve the plan to be able to execute, right?
Well,
I
the
mean,
plan would
we're
be
not
an
going to
objective.
necessarily.
The plan would be an objective, though,
Yeah,
Cindy.
3 years.
Okay.
See, otherwise, it sounds like it's going to take you 3 years, you know, to do the plan. I think that's
Gotcha.
okay. Everybody okay? So let's go to the screen.
The
Gail, to see
question
how-
is,
Yeah, go ahead,
David,
Cindy.
does that still, David, does that still address what your primary thrust is in this?
Yeah, I'm good with how that reads. That's
Okay.
fine.
All right, let's look at it
Objectives
on the
are-
screen.
The
in
objectives are
writing.
much more important.
Okay, so Gail. For wildfires, I think it'd be wildfires and other emergencies.
Yeah.
Okay, group, does that look okay?
I like that.
Okay, then we're gonna number these group 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I hope we've got enough people, because I'm hoping to have 3 of you on the screen in this. So let's look at breakout rooms. And I've already put down, Gail, some notes to make this go more quickly to name the groups. So we'll rename the first group. Wait a minute. Let's see, I had a communication. And don't worry about these. In fact, let me take this off. They have assumed that they were going to assign it, and it's not going to be that way. So I'm going to recreate. All existing rooms will be replaced. We've got to go to 4, and we're going to do it manually, and they're not going to do it. Zoom isn't going to do it. So number 1 will be regarding communication. So I want you to be thinking about your first and second choice in terms of which group you want to work in, because I'm needing 3 people in a group. Okay, so now we've got group 2 would be financial resources. I don't type as well as Gail does. Group 3 would be growth. Group 4 would be infrastructure. And group 5 would be wildfires and other emergencies. Now, what we need to do is we need to fill each group. So in terms of assigning, I have everybody's names to the right in alphabetical order that's been done by Zoom. So I want you to look for a minute at this and be sure you have a second choice, because I could get too many people in one. And there's a synergy that comes if we've got 3 people. And Gail, for some reason, keeps getting listed in there, and we don't know why. And so do the AGP host and monitor. So we'll just ignore them as unsigned, because what happens when that happens is that Gail gets kicked out and has to sign back in again. So and then you'll have to speak your name, because I cannot see you on the screen. I have to look at the list. So who is it that wants to work on communication? Let's call out your name for a minute.
John Nixon.
Don, who else?
Tom Gray.
Who else? First names, if you would.
Oh, Tom.
This is enough. No, I had it.
Melissa.
Melissa. Okay, let's stop with that right now, if we can here. So that would be Don. I have to just find these and check them, and you end up going into there. And I've got Melissa and Tom. Okay, let's look right now at financial resources. Financial resources is funny in that everybody wants to have a finance goal, but a lot of people don't want to work in it. So let's see how you're doing here. Who would work on developing objectives for resources?
Tom.
Well, Tom, weren't you in the last one?
Well, not yeah. I thought you wanted a second choice, but
No. The second choice is just in case you don't get your first choice.
okay, good.
So that was your first choice, right? Was
Communication was first choice.
Oh, okay. Financial resources. Who has that as That's your
Marvin,
first part, Marvin. Thank you. Who else? Cindy?
Sure, I'll go there. Although Ms. Duffield, I don't know what kind of, what you're interested in participating in, but
Okay, I've got Cindy and Marvin. Who else? I need a third person.
And Pam.
And Pam. Good. I'm glad you're visible too, Pam. That's helpful. Okay, so now let's go to, yeah. Oh, doggone, the thing disappeared. I don't know why this happens. Oh, I've already got it, and I want you in the third one. I don't know why. Oh, there you go. It's the first, it didn't put your names down. How about growth? Who's going to be on growth?
Don can be on growth.
Dawn? Dawn, now wait a minute. Dawn was on, you were on the first one on communication, weren't you?
No, that was
John, not Don.
Oh, sorry. Thank you for the correction. Which John? Nixon or
Nixon.
why? Nixon?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I'll change that. So let me.
I would like to be, this is Ray, I'd like to be on the growth one, please.
Okay, I'm just going to put this one back. Dawn, you're on growth now?
okay.
Okay. And it should have been which John for communication?
John Nixon for communications.
Well, along with Don and Ray, I'd like to be on that, the third one, but I know you're titling it growth, but it's growth and
Oh,
resources.
Yeah, it is. It's just that it has to be a short name. We know that. I mean, we only pick out a name in there that makes sense. So who is it that wants to be on growth besides Don?
Well, Ray also voiced his.
Okay, Ray, and then
to
who
be there,
else?
and I'll join them as well. I'd like to be on number 4 if there's a need for it, but I'll take number 3 as well.
Okay, thank you, Harry. I appreciate your
Gordon,
flexibility.
number 3.
We may end up, well, you know what? If you take number 3, Gordon, then Harry, you could go to number 4. How's that?
That's fine.
Okay, let's see about changing that. Let's see if that worked. So Gordon and Don and Ray. Okay, so on infrastructure, instead we're having Harry, right, Harry?
Correct.
And who else on infrastructure?
John?
I have the John Weingold. All right, I need one more. Well, maybe Harry and John could do it by themselves.
Well, I'm surprised that Karen, since she's the head of R&I, Resources and Infrastructure, that she hasn't.
I was muted. I was muted. I'm sorry. I tried to be on growth
Oh.
and I tried to be on communication, but I didn't just now realized I was muted. So
Oh, and see, I'm not seeing the screen, so
I know. I'm sorry.
Are you willing to be on infrastructure because
Yes,
they need
please.
somebody?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry,
Now
I didn't realize I was muted.
wildfire and other emergencies. That means, in that case, it means David, right? Both Davids. And
I don't
fire.
have a preference, so whatever you want to put me
Okay,
on the
all
spot.
right. And William.
William.
Okay. Okay, good. So let me go over this again so you know where you are. Communication is John Nixon, Melissa, Tom. Financial resources is Cindy, Marvin, Pamela, Pam. Growth is Don, Gordon, and Ray. Infrastructure is David, both Davids, and Harry. And let me just take you.
No.
What? Who said no?
Well, Karen is on infrastructure.
Oh yeah, they didn't put it in the right place. They didn't put it under. Oh,
And
I'm
I thought
sorry.
the
I don't.
wild-
That's weird. Okay, so let's do this again. David Hirsch, you're on infrastructure.
No.
I thought it was wildfire.
Okay, that's see. I don't know.
Yeah.
Sometimes the computer does weird things.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's see, who else? Well, that's supposed to be you, William. You're supposed to be there. See, that doesn't. I don't know why that happens. So I'll change you to instead. Now we've got 5. I don't know why they did that with
Wildfire has 2
wildfires.
Davids and a Harry and William.
to, okay. So William, I'll move to wildfires. And who else should it be on there that they didn't do?
Both Davids.
Both Davids. Okay, thank you.
Marilyn, if I can be there, this is Carlos.
Just,
I'll take number 5.
okay. Yeah, I still had you to ask, so I'm glad. And we've got David. Now, where's the other David? They're not, for some reason, the computer's not doing this right, because I'm changing you to wildfire emergencies, and we have that room. And I've checked David, I've checked William. And
David Pearson and David Hirsch.
yeah. Okay, let's see if I can do it by trying again. David Pearson. Okay, David Hirsch.
I would like to suggest that David Hirsch go with the growth goal, because that's going to need more of a legal direction than any of the others, I believe.
David Hirsch. Right now, we just need to get this one together here first and see if we've got it, so that you all can.
I said, I don't really have a preference to wherever you think I might.
Okay, it's got 3 people listed, but I'm not seeing it on the list for some reason.
Marilyn, the wildfire,
Yeah.
I think there are 4 people that ended up volunteering for that. David Pearson, David Hirsch.
Oh, and
William,
Carlos.
And Carlos.
Right, Carlos.
So
Okay.
David
Now it lists 4.
Hirsch.
It lists 4, but for some reason it's not listing it on the screen. But it does list. I have checked the 2 Davids and William and Carlos. So even though they're not showing their names underneath, I think that that's okay.
Okay, and then the suggestion was that David Hirsch go up to number 3.
Then we don't have 3 people on wild.
Yes, David, we do. We have David
Oh,
Pearson,
yeah. Okay, David
William,
Hirsch,
and Carlos.
let's ask David what he wants. Do you want to stay with wildfires, or do you want to go someplace?
I don't have a preference. Wherever you want to put me is fine.
So that was David Hirsch.
Yeah, and where are you suggesting he goes?
It was suggested he go to number 3, growth.
Right.
Yeah, it'd be fine if I could could get it to go, but it's supposed to show me everybody on each one of them, and it shows me the number 4, but it doesn't show me who. And I'm concerned. See, David Hirsch's name now is not even appearing on here. So this is very strange. Yeah, I'm concerned that this is going to change all of them. David, I'm going to see if I can figure out here now. Finally, it came up. And so you're suggesting he's on growth, Cindy?
Correct.
Let's see if this works. Yes, it did.
Okay.
Hallelujah. Okay. Now, I'm going to leave this for a moment before I open the rooms, because once again, we need to have recorders. But this time, we're not going to be able to have you just dictate to Gail like we did on the core values, which I will use forever, Gail, because of you, because that was much faster. But the objectives need to be written out. By when, who's accountable to do what. And so for each one of these, I need to have who's going to be the person. So in in the first goal on communication, there is John Nixon, Melissa, and Tom, who'd be willing to be the recorder.
Well, I will again, since I didn't hear a rush to volunteer.
Okay, and you know what? You should get a special lunch. So we'll have to arrange that for you. Okay, so John, okay, financial resources is Cindy, Marvin, and Pamela. Who's going to do that one? Cindy, Marvin, and Pamela.
I will go ahead and do that if.
Thank you, Cindy. You also get a special lunch. Okay, growth is David Hirsch, Don, Gordon, and Ray. Who's going to do that one?
I can do that.
Who says I? Don. Okay.
Don can do it.
Because remember, I only see, I'm not seeing the people. Infrastructure, Harry, John Weigel, and Karen Dean. Who's going to do that one?
I volunteer Karen.
That's up to Karen. Nobody can volunteer somebody else.
Okay.
I would prefer the general manager who has more expertise at computer than I do it.
John, are you willing? John Weigel?
Yes.
That was an enthusiasm.
That was a yes.
Okay, and Carlos, David, William,
I can do it.
who says, see, I can't see you. So who
That's
said I?
William.
William, thank you, William. Okay, I do want to do a quick review of how you're writing objectives. So I'm going to, I don't know whether I can put multiple things on the screen here. I don't want to, I should have done this before. Oh, you want to continue? I better say no. Let me instead, because I'm afraid you won't go to your groups. Remember, an objective says by what date? The 1st or the 15th of the month. I wonder if I try and put this over. Maybe if I try and put this over the other one, if that'll, we'll see if that'll work. Yeah, no. Well, anyhow, this says every objective has got to be smart, specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, and timely. So remember the format. By what date between now and January 15th? The latest date is January 15th. And you do it on the 1st of the month or the 15th of the month, unless it's a specific date that's already been set. Like perhaps it's a board meeting. So you say at the October 15th board meeting, somebody will present to somebody. So that the date, the when, the 1st to the 15th is to make easier being able to monitor. Because if you have one goal the 3rd, another one the 14th, one the 20th, it's just a mess. So that's the reason why we do that. Who by name will be accountable, not by position. Who by name is going to be accountable. And here you at times put a committee, but even if a committee, you would say who the lead was. So you're going to put who is accountable. If there's more than one person, then you ought to, more than 2 people, you ought to have a lead person, because the lead reports in the progress monthly on the goals and objectives. And then what specific measurable result. So make sure that you say that, so that you can tell whether that has been done. So if we take a look at, say, one of your objectives that got done, update the short-term CIP capital improvement plan and present it to the Resources and Infrastructure Committee for review. So that way somebody knew that it was updated, it was presented. So you want to be sure that there's a specific measurable result. Another one was, well, that's a different objective. Here's another one. Assess the website for community accessibility to information important for them to know and report the results to the board. So you can see there's the action and then what's done with it. Where does it go? If you look down at an example, this is a little different than I said last time. I just pull it out of the wind. By October 15th, 2021, the finance director, this is as though you were a city council because I use this for other groups too. Working with the community services director, will recommend to the city council for direction adjustments to the recreation fees. That's literally something I saw from somebody else. So the 1st or the 15th, unless a specific date, the latest is January 15th. Who is the members present at this strategic planning workshop? If you have others you want to add who aren't here, you can, but they can't be in the lead. The lead has got to be somebody in attendance. Now, recorders, here's your instruction. What you're doing is you're taking one objective at a time. You've got 30 minutes to do it as a group, 2 or 3 objectives. But one of the things you have to do first, each of you have the latest matrix that was sent to you. So you already know, for example, on the first goal of communication that was listed, the 1st and the 3rd were done. The second one was still in process. So it even gave a suggested date. So what you do is if something is not done, you look at, if you don't think it's worth keeping, you don't put it on the list. Otherwise, you write out the whole objective because you're going to have to type it out to Gail when you get out of the chat room. You've got to put the whole objective, not just change the date on number 2. So for every objective, you've got to write by when, who's going to be accountable for what. We're only looking till 2 or 3 objectives. You've got plenty to do already, but these are priorities you've chosen and you need to keep forward movement going. The key is you should type those in to your computer so it will be easier when you go out to type it into chat for Gail. And again, only to Gail. And then indicate your group's number and goal name when you send it in the chat. So it's like goal 1, communications, or goal 2, financial resources. So what you're going to do is you're going to get immediately put into your groups. If you don't, for some reason, then you'll show up on my screen and I'll make sure that you get there. Second step, you've got to be sure that the recorder, one by one, you're taking the objectives, but first you're reading through the prior objectives to see if there's a follow-up or there's something that you need to decide whether or not to keep, and if so, the name. But 2 or 3 major objectives you can see are sufficient. What questions do you have about the process?
Marilyn, I don't have a question as much as an observation.
Okay.
So on our first iteration, I felt like the staff got hit with a tidal wave as everybody went off to go execute the goals.
Yes,
it felt like there was an imbalance on the staff to be responsible and accountable for a lot of it. And with everything else we had going on, it just was way overwhelming. So I don't know, it's just sort of an observation. Maybe it has to be that way, but I don't know if you have any thoughts on that.
No, that's a reminder for me to remind all of you that this is not just staff objectives. That is critical. And I do know the board has committees and all, so sometimes it may be a committee and one of you is the lead of the committee, such as I think David said he was. So it might be you'd be a lead on a particular objective, but that is important because it isn't, okay, here's how much more we can give to staff. And I failed to mention that you need to have balance. And that's why I say 2 or 3 objectives is plenty because you've got 6 months, but you also have a whole lot of other things going on in the 6 months. Other questions? Those of you that are recorders, what questions do you have?
Good.
So so you're saying type it out on the computer.
Yeah. So
but then insert it into chat.
Chat when you get out of the room, because when you type it into computer, it will and send it out to Gail, it will disappear. We don't know why.
Oh, okay. Okay. Type it in the computer and then cut and paste when we come out.
Yes, then cut and paste to give it to the chat, and indicate which group you are, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and and the goal name. And you would list them in chronological order. Like if there's something going to be done in September and then November and then January, that's the order you put them in. So chronologically as well. Okay, you are going to have 30 minutes. I'll give you a few minutes to get in there. So I'm going to ask you to be in by 12:15. By all means, if you get done early, please come in, especially recorders, because Gail is having to copy all of these over her lunch hour, and it takes the lunch hour to do it. So good luck. You'll have 30 minutes. You will have a warning that I'm not sure whether they give a 5-minute warning. If they don't, I will, and you'll know when it's over. Okay. So remember to click so that you get into the group that you're assigned to. Minute. I thought one of the participants was reminding me it was 1 o'clock. And you let me know when you're ready, Zeke, because he's doing the video.
Okay, we are ready and rolling. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Well, as you all know, you have developed a draft objectives for each of the 5 goals. And what we're going to do, the afternoon is spent reviewing and coming to consensus on the objectives and setting the next steps, the monitoring process, the next time that you'll be getting together in 6 months for a strategic plan update. So what Gail is doing to do is she's going to put on the screen the communications goal to begin. And remember, these goals are not in priority order. All of them are important. Just a reminder that all of these objectives have to be SMART, specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, and timely. But the way I ask the question is when you look at an objective, I'll say, first of all, I'll have you look at the what. And is it clear? Is it stated clearly? Do you understand it? Is it relevant? In other words, is it associated with the goal? Does it make sense? Is it clear? Is it relevant? Is it measurable? Will you be able to tell if it's happened? And then we look at the who. And the who can include people that are not already here. And remember, I see these first 2, both are John. One of the things we'll be making sure of is that we have a sharing of the responsibility, even if sometimes it's sharing by having some of you involved working with John or somebody, but we want to make sure that this is a staff board participation. And then the date. Now the date may have been put down from the group and the person wasn't even in the group. Then I have to ask that person, is that date attainable? And we want the latest date to be, and that means by January 15th. It doesn't mean on January 15th. So we really would hope that you would get that done probably by early January. So we'll go through each of these. Again, we'll start with the first one that happens to be on the list, which is increase and improve communication with the public. Gail, does my arrow show it all here? I don't think it does it?
Oh, no, it does not.
Okay, well then, I'm looking at the first one, which says, at the August 12th, 2021 board meeting, GM John Weingold will present to the board for action a template to use to improve public communications through social media. So remember, I asked 3 questions about the what. First, is this clear? Is the wording clear? If not, speak up because I'm not looking at you on the screen. Is it clear? Anybody not clear? Okay, is it relevant? Do you see the relationship to the goal? If you don't hesitate to speak up. Is it measurable? Will you be able to tell that it happened?
Well, Marilyn, I'll speak up on all 3 of those points.
All right.
So for August 12th I guess I got to understand, since I'm the one, I'm the who. First off, is this the social media policy? Is that what this is?
Yes.
So how about we just reword the what? Present to the board a social media policy for consideration to improve public communications.
What's the response?
I would agree. I mean, for one thing, it isn't an action. It has to be for review and consideration.
Well, let's look at for a moment. Is there a possibility? Is there a template before there is the one that you proposed, John? So is there perhaps 2 objectives?
Well, I think they're related, but I think they're 2 separate activities.
Then they should be 2 separate objectives, which is what I was thinking.
The board has to empower me to do certain things first and give me their parameters on how they want me to think about social media. And then I can, as we get to the next point, then I can, in that policy, it allows me to designate members of staff to do certain things. So I don't, for the second objective, I don't think that's even required, because that's within the realm of my authority through the social media policy. I mean, I'm going to do that as a natural case anyway, but I first have to be authorized, you know, ability to do these things, and then I can go off and develop my plan.
So is that template something that you would need to do first before you did the second step?
I think that I'm not sure I understand what the template is.
Okay, Melissa, you spoke up on that. Could you say what the template is?
I wasn't a part of the original objective creation, so I'm not sure what the word template was designed, to actually indicate if it's, because you can't really create templates for social media postings.
Tom has his hand up, so maybe he knows.
Yeah, I was a part of that original group. I think template is a broad term that I think incorporates or can be replaced with policy, because the idea of a template has been developed into a policy that is now going to go before the board, which then empowers, as John was saying, empowers the general manager to put into place a plan, a social media plan. So the policy is the first thing that has to be done.
Mm-hmm.
And then that enables the general manager to take steps to designate people and so forth.
Okay, so should that say then present to the board for action a policy to use to improve public communications through the social media?
I would say policy, and I guess from Cindy's, to pick up Cindy's point, discussion and consideration, right? Or review and consideration.
Right, review and consideration of I'd say review and consideration of a social media policy.
That's just as good. It's just to be clear, not to say for approval or to disapprove something, but to actually, it's a reflection. It's more than just a presentation. There has to be some feedback. So present to the board for consideration a policy to use to improve public communications through social media. Now, I never asked the date until we're clear about the what. Is this clear to everybody, and is it relevant, and is it measurable? If not, just speak up if you would, please.
Yeah, I guess the next question I saw in there is improve, and I asked myself, what does improve mean? Does that mean get an extra eyeball a month on it, or how do I think about improve?
Yeah, can I weigh in on this a little bit? I think John's raising an interesting point. I have reviewed the draft policy, and that it is a policy to use for communication with the public. As there's really little, the issue of improving it is a whole different, I think improve should probably not be in there.
Okay, so how would you reword it?
I would just say a policy regarding public communication. And I think maybe improve should be an entirely separate issue. Is once we establish the communication, then it can become, well, how can we make it better?
And I think you said regarding communicating with the public. The
Yeah.
way you said the first time.
Yeah, communicating with
Communication
the public.
public.
Yeah. Yes. So, yeah. Right, yeah.
And it should be, public should be regarding.
Communicating with the public through social media. That's what the policy does cover. Yeah.
Okay. Now, John, does that help you?
Yeah, and let's see here. This Director Howell already knows this because he's been deep into this already. But this is a policy for anyone associated with the CCSD. It's board, staff, members of the public who sit on the standing committees, pros commission, because there's a lot of legal requirements embedded in this as well. And our legal counsel has been through this thoroughly because there's been recent legal law changes.
Okay.
So it's got built-in Brown Act. So I just wanted to say that as an aside, that we think of it as a one-way communication, but the social media policy has much larger implications.
Okay, so Gail put CCSD before communications. Is that okay? Present to the board for consideration a policy regarding CCSD communications with the public through social media.
Works for me.
The rest of you okay with that?
Seems fine to me.
David Hirsch, does that work for you?
I don't see a problem with that. I mean, limits that exist now as of January 1st of this year with regard to members of legislative bodies participating in social media are going to apply regardless. And as I recall, I added some language to the draft policy reflecting that. So this is just considering the policy.
All right, then does the date need to be extended, John? Is that too early?
No, I
Is
think
it-
it's currently on the agenda for that date.
Oh,
So,
okay, all right, okay,
unless we change it tomorrow.
okay.
Well, are you gonna have considerable discussion on this? This may be not passed unanimously right away, right?
Are you asking John? Who are you asking, David?
Yeah, John, I guess, you really think this is gonna zip right through the board approval?
I really have no idea.
Carolyn?
Okay. Yes, Gordon.
I'm on the policy committee, of which we're going to have a special meeting on August 10th to discuss this social media document to have it be able to be presented to the board on the 12th.
Okay. All right, then in that case, if it's all right with everybody, I'll move you on. We've got a lot of objectives. Is this everybody comfortable with this? Don't let me push too fast. Okay, by September 15th, 2021, John will identify a designated point person to facilitate a public outreach program, including a proactive communications plan and administrative procedure to ensure all news and updates are written with a consistent voice and format. So first question, do you understand what this means? And if not, what's your question?
Yes, I'll take the lead again since it's directed to me as the who again. I think this is going to be a little tight of a timeline to meet because I've got in mind a much broader plan across departments. And I've got to do a little bit of research. So for example, as one example, some departments are interested in having their own Facebook site. I'm not necessarily against that, but for a small district, I'm not so sure that makes sense. But the fire department already has their own Facebook site. So, there's a lot of things I need to take a look at. I think this jumps the gun a little bit to, it gets into the down in the weeds tactics instead of, thinking of a comprehensive plan.
One of the things, John, I would suggest, don't let the month act like you don't have that there.
Yep.
Because sometimes when you look at an objective, it looks like, well, that's not doable in that time frame. Are you saying that's not something that you would see doing no matter what the time frame was?
I'd suggest, pushing the date a little bit and then develop a plan. This is now, once we get the policy established, now I can put a plan together.
Can I clarify something, John?
Yeah.
On this one, the immediate objective is just to identify a point person who would be kind of the person who you coordinate with to develop a plan and the administrative procedures. So the immediate objective is just figuring out, do you want this to be a single staff member? Do you want this to be a team of staff members? Do you want this to be an outside consultant? Do you want this to be a volunteer member of the public? But the idea is to have a single point person that all departments would be able to funnel their content to, so that there's a sort of check before things go out, where someone is reviewing everything to make sure that it's consistent with the voice and tone that you want and the formatting that you want.
Yeah, so we already have more than one person. I'm not so sure that I prefer to have one person on this, but that's why I would suggest, kind of looking at how other districts do it, and put together a comprehensive plan.
So would you, among your people, identify a specific person to do that, John? Or is it a designated point person / persons to facilitate. Is that the issue?
Well, it's one of, I guess it's, you're telling me, well, to develop the policy and then go off and do stuff, but you're starting to tell me more specifically how to do it. So maybe Don has some suggestions here.
Thank you, John.
Go ahead, Don.
Well, I see this as there's a couple of things in here. I see what John is talking about in terms of we don't want to get too much down into operations, but coming from the board point of view, I think I would, if it were just me and I were instructing the general manager, I would say, please go forth and then come back to me with a plan. This is I see this as two goals. One is appointing a point person or point persons to facilitate a public outreach program. There's that. And then what follows is a suggestion as to what that outreach program might contain. So I don't necessarily see this as getting into the operations too much. Is if this was management, I would come, if this was the board of directors and I was instructing management, I would say, here's this problem, go and deal with it, but I want to know what your plan is. And because I want you to do the following things. I want to ensure that all news and updates are written in a consistent voice and format. That's a requirement from the board. That's not an operational issue. So I personally don't have a problem with the wording, but I have a feeling that as instructions to management, it probably does need to be clarified.
Let me just ask you, all of you, a question. It's possible that what you do is you just put the who, usually the who comes over here. It's possible that you could say, working with a designated point persons, then we'll develop and present to the board a proactive communications plan and administrative procedure. So all of this right up here is in the hands of John making the appointment. But the plan itself and the administrative procedure to ensure all news and updates are written with a consistent voice and format is presented to the board. And what the date is not for appointing the designated person, but giving a realistic date to present a proactive communications plan and administrative procedure. Does that make sense?
How about this suggestion? Delete the first line and replace it with develop a.
Yeah, that's really what yes, that's the direction that and I'm not trying to tell you what to do. It's just that the who, especially one in this situation where you're hiring somebody, is just say working with, do you call them consultants? With a consultant, John?
I'm sorry, one more time.
Is it John Weigold working with a consultant or consultants? That's part of the who. So that people know that there are people that are working with you on that. I'm trying to be consistent with what they recommended in terms of a point person.
I would leave it up to me. I mean, it's just.
Yeah, I mean.
If you're okay with that group,
yeah,
we'll just leave it.
I leave that. John's got a number of options. He has the options of people who are on staff, can be consultants,
sure,
board members or committee members too, volunteers or whatever, or an ad hoc committee of the board. He's got a lot of options to follow there, I think. So
yeah.
I'd leave that out. I'd leave the specifics.
If everybody's okay, we'll leave that out.
Yeah.
Okay, let me see the screen for a minute, please, Gail. Does that work for everybody? Not having to designate a point person. All right, looks like I'm not seeing.
And we just, if we could push the date a little bit.
That's my next question is how long do you want? Because when you change it particularly, it's very different than just appointing a person or persons. So what, the 1st or the 15th of what month prior to January 15th?
Yeah, I'd say, why don't we put down October 15 for now?
By October 15. Maybe we should say by, Gail, I'm wondering. Because otherwise it sounds like it's on that date. So let's say by October 15th. All right, if everybody's okay with that, I'm going to move to the next goal. We do have, 4 more to go, and we have an hour and 10 minutes.
Okay.
Okay, so let's go to the next goal, which is achieve and sustain adequate financial resources to fulfill the mission. We've got, I assumed that by December 1, we've got John and Finance Manager Pamela will complete the Tyler Financial System implementation. Is this action clear? Okay, is it relevant and measurable?
Oh, yeah.
Do they complete it and present it to the board? Or do they just complete it? I mean, you can present to the board for information. It doesn't have to be for action.
Well, I mean, we can defer to Ms. Duffield on this or to the GM, but I mean, the whole process is already put into place.
Okay.
So it's more a function of they can notify us that they put the bow on it. I mean,
Yeah, and you know what? They're going to see it on the.
There's
on
no
the
consideration associated with
on
it.
the monthly update. There's going to be an X. Okay, and December 1st, John and Pam, is that a realistic? And we'll put by December 1st. I think December 1st.
Pam provided the date.
Right.
Okay, Pam provided the date. Okay with you, John?
Sure.
Okay, next one. By some date, John and Pam will identify potential funding resources to address underfunded, under-resourced, and understaffed services and support needs. Clear to everybody? Questions?
I have one.
Right.
Could the finance committee itself be of some help in this particular one?
And you could say with input from the finance committee, if you'd like.
Yeah, I was going to, both of them actually, both of them, the finance committee, with, assisted by the finance committee or in conjunction.
Okay. Then at least that gets others involved besides just giving it to staff. So with anybody object if we had with input from the finance committee for the first one as well as this one?
So we don't need it on the first one, but what we need, what we had previously said in the last go round was that we have co-leads working with the finance committee.
Working with the
So
finance committee.
basically,
co-leads?
John and I, the co-leads. So it says GM John Weigold and finance manager Pamela Duffield, co-leads,
Okay.
working with the finance committee.
Okay, and you want to put co-leads up above too, right?
No, it was just in these
okay.
last two.
All right, so what's a realistic date?
Good question.
I don't know. That's a good question. Marvin, I'll defer to you.
Put it out as far as you want to. Put it out by January 15th if you feel the need to. Remember, you update this every month, so you can change.
I didn't understand the
date.
question again.
What date goes on this second one?
To identify funding resources. November 15th.
Yeah, November would be a good.
Okay, let's say by November 15th, but you're identifying, and then you're presenting that information to whom? Whether it's information or action, you need to know where it's going to go. Or is it enough just to say, well, we checked it off on the matrix?
Well, ultimately, it's going to the board of directors.
And present to the board.
Via the finance committee. Finance
Well,
committee.
you've already got the finance committee.
Right,
working.
so yeah, it goes to the board of directors.
Will identify and present to the board of directors. Now, is that report to the directors just for information, or is it for action such as consideration, action?
My sense is that this would be one of those things that is going to be rather dense in terms of information and the need for decision making. And so I think presenting it to the board initially and then having board discussion about it and getting some feedback directly to staff on what they've reviewed, and it would come back again as an agenda item for final review and consideration.
So this would be presented to the board for feedback.
For their feedback isn't. I mean for
review.
For their
action.
If the board is going to give direction to staff, there needs to be consideration. So I would say for discussion and operation by the board.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last word.
Oh, and possible consideration, meaning that the board might vote on it.
The board, can you all live with that?
The only reason I say that is in response to Cindy's thing is that the board can direct staff by consensus, but speaking from the staff's point of view, I think if I were a staff member, I would prefer direction via a motion because it's less ambiguous.
Okay, if you all are okay with this, this does not tie you into taking it into consideration. It says at least you're going to be doing discussion because it says possible.
Right.
Okay.
The only
then
other
no-
thing I'd add is change the year to 2021.
I get there. Funny.
We wanted to see if you all were awake. Cindy, you get an A.
I don't know, somebody else is gonna walk away and they're gonna go, oh, thank goodness, it isn't until 2015.
Okay, next one.
We're late.
Next one is John and Pam again as co-leads working with the Finance Committee. Will identify potential structural changes. I'm not sure where that's capitalized, but maybe there's a reason. To address underfunded, under-resourced, and understaffed services and support needs.
New resources and change. Okay, all right, that's okay.
This sound okay, group?
So,
John, this is okay with you and Pam? Pam, okay with you? Pam, you nodded your head, but you're only one of 4 people that I see on screen. So, John, does this sound all right?
I think so.
And then what date do we make this one?
Resources.
Got the other one at the 15th. If we're
This is,
done by-
this is heavier lifting. I would put that a little later.
Yeah,
Later
probably
than-
January.
One after the other one, because there's a lot, you know,
Okay.
a lot of, we just started, haven't even started.
January. Okay. By January 15th.
Yeah.
Now,
January.
remember, you review this every month, and if you need to change the date, that's okay. Strategic planning is net set in concrete.
Mhm.
It is dynamic.
Mhm.
Okay, we've got that one. Let's go to the next goal.
Let me ask if the third objective needs the same ending as the second objective
Yeah.
to present to the board.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Gail, for picking that up. Present to the board there. Okay, now
This
what
is
we're going
not-
to do is look at the third goal.
If I could just ask, could I just ask for some quick clarification?
Sure.
What does structural changes? What does that mean?
Can you go back to that, Gail, so everybody can
It's
see?
there, right
It's
here.
right there.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you moved it. Oh, are you talking about?
He's talking about this phrase right here.
Yes.
I'd like some clarification on what that means.
Well, an example of that would be, let's put it to something that, you know, most people would understand of as far as the ranch is concerned, for instance. Is it more cost effective for us to outsource services for the ranch than it is to do them ourselves?
It would be structural.
But you would have to make a structural change in the way that you're approaching how that's handled. And so it's just, it isn't that is what's a serious consideration at this point. It's just that there are bound to be things that are inherent in the way that CCS does its work that we might be better looking at an alternative means for doing it, because the option is potentially increasing headcount.
That
Okay.
answer for you, Harry?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Okay. All right. The third goal that we're going to look at, achieve a balanced policy for growth and resources. By September 15th of 2021, an ad hoc committee to be created by the board, and it could be done right here. Develop a strategy to get community input regarding achieving the goal of a balanced policy regarding growth and resources. What questions do you have about what that means?
I don't know what it means.
I don't, it's sort of mysterious to me.
Oh, let's see.
I mean, it's repeating the title of the goal.
Or is the objective to get community input regarding?
Let me speak to this a little bit, and then maybe David could follow me. The issue here is we recognize that there is some division in the community regarding the rate of growth and the availability of resources. So the idea is that this goal is not to actually get community input, but for the board to develop a strategy in order to get community input regarding this, what we're saying, a balanced policy regarding growth and resources. That's the issue of balancing the desire for growth, whatever that may be, against the availability of resources. How do we balance this out? So I don't know if that helps at all, but that would, David, could you fill me a little bit more on that?
I think you pretty much captured it. I think the idea is there's going to be a need to get community input to achieve this 3-year goal of balanced policy for growth and resources. How do you go about getting that? Certainly you could hold board hearings and so on, but maybe there are other ways to get community input, like community workshops, doing some kind of survey, or seeing just how strong those different concerns are that we all know kind of divides the community. How divided is the community when it comes to this overall? The board needs to have input to develop that strategy, to develop that policy rather, which is that 3-year goal.
Okay, anybody else want to say anything?
Tom?
Yeah, I would just say, if it's an ad hoc committee being created by the board, I think the when date's pretty optimistic.
Yeah, let's not address either one of
Yeah, I
those
know.
yet until we've really got the what in place. Okay, are you in support of having a strategy to get community input?
Oh, I think it's important. Yeah.
I think David explained it well too.
All right.
Yeah.
And then this ad hoc committee is going to be presenting that strategy to the board for action or not?
The ad hoc, it would develop a strategy. The board to appoint some people to develop a strategy and then bring that back to the board for discussion and consideration. And the September date would be the date of appointing the ad hoc committee.
See, I think typically what you do is instead of, if you're going to appoint the ad hoc committee, you could do that right here. Or are you talking about an ad hoc committee from the community?
It could be either. The board needs to discuss that and consider it.
It should be agendized and discussed at a board meeting, not here.
Yeah, I thought the ad hoc committee was an ad hoc committee of the board, the way it's stated. But it's not, it's an ad hoc committee of board and community members.
We're leaving that open for the board to decide.
Okay.
So, question.
Oh, okay, Tom.
So this objective is just to appoint the committee?
Yes.
Yeah, that doesn't come across that way.
It says develop a strategy. So
yeah, that would be the ad hoc committee's developing.
The phrasing now is that we're going to actually have the strategy ready by a certain.
Yep, right.
So appoint a committee.
Okay, so could you forget the current date? Could you have an ad hoc committee develop a strategy?
Yes. So
Again,
the what is, well, no, they would be developing the strategy, but I guess what's really happening is the what is establishment of an ad hoc committee to develop the da.
So then we would not put ad hoc committee in who. We would put who in this room is going to propose how you get this committee, if you're going to establish a committee. Establish.
Yeah.
And see, and is it to establish an ad hoc committee that would get input from the community regarding balancing growth and resources instead of repeating the goal?
Well,
no, the purpose of the committee is to develop a strategy.
Okay, establish an ad hoc.
See,
I don't know that
that isn't what that said.
Yeah. That's right.
Develop a strategy is what it says right there. It doesn't say getting input. It just says develop a strategy. And so the who would be the board itself, and the board would and that would be the who, and the ad hoc committee would be as referenced in the what. But it is a strategy. We're not proposing to actually get the input. What we first need to do is discuss how to do it, and that's not a simple matter.
Okay, so
I see what you're saying, the actual strategy of the ad hoc establishment.
okay, so the board of directors is the who. Would establish an ad hoc committee that would develop a strategy to community input regarding, and is it regarding achieving the goal? I mean, typically you wouldn't say the goal itself, regarding.
So what I heard Don just say, if I'm mistaken, the who is the board of directors.
Right.
And the what is to establish the ad hoc committee.
But you have to say for what reason.
Or is it's actually to develop a strategy for selection of an ad hoc committee.
Oh, no.
I think that's pretty. I think you have to have some objective, a little more of an objective than that. I think appointing an ad hoc committee.
Yeah,
it's
the entire. Yeah, let me rephrase it.
Go ahead.
Okay, sorry. Establish an ad hoc committee whose charge would be to develop a strategy.
For a strategy for what?
To get community input. In other words, a strategy to get community input regarding a balanced policy. You can leave the goal out.
Maybe it's not a policy, it's regarding growth and resources, and from which
what we're trying to do is develop a policy.
Okay, yeah, I'm just reflecting back what I'm hearing because there's still some confusion.
Okay. I can see that it's not clear. Yeah.
Establish an ad hoc committee whose charge would be that they would develop a strategy to get community input regarding achieving the goal, regarding a balanced policy, regarding growth and resources.
A little awkward, but it works.
Well, now don't let me put words in your mouth. I'm just trying to help it. So, because remember, the public reads this, and I always say, ask yourself the question: when this is read to the public, does it make sense to them?
Well, I think the second regarding in that statement could just read for.
Yes. Okay.
Correct, in the same way that the goal statement reads.
Or yes, instead of goal of a balanced policy.
And you could also cut present to the board of directors for discussion and consideration.
Right, because it's changed. The objective has changed.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, let's see if this works. Establish an ad hoc committee whose charge would be to develop a strategy to get community input regarding, I guess you still want achieving the goal, or regarding a balanced policy for growth and resources.
Let's try that.
Okay, take out goal for a minute, Gail.
Yeah.
Regarding achieving a balanced policy for growth and resources. Yeah. Is that comfortable to everybody?
Yeah, I think it works.
And we take out this part about the ad hoc committee. That's already telling you that they're going to establish it. Now, board, given you're probably going to have board and community, etc. How long do you need to establish it? It was originally
Marilyn.
Yes. What, Gordon?
Had my hand up, please.
I'm sorry. What you need to know is I don't see you. You only came on the screen to me because you spoke. So don't hesitate to just call your name out. I'm not ignoring you.
That's fine. I was waiting for a gap there. The one question in this scenario is growth and resources, but also could include the environment.
Balanced policy for growth, resources, and the environment.
Right. The environment is a very important aspect.
But the group, are you okay with that on group? Okay, growth, resources, and environment.
So I understand what's desired. It's the environment is kind of a pretty broad term in that, does that entail looking for ways to combat rising seawater, or does that relate to getting into the whole fire question? Does that if we can be more specific in what that represents, it could be helpful.
I would like to add to that.
What
Um,
would you add?
Well, I think Gordon's aim is to get natural resources in there, and I think that's a resource. I think the environment is a resource, and the committee just needs to be reminded that, you know, part of the resources that they're talking about are the
natural resources,
natural environment that we live in.
So you're saying it's not necessary, it's implied.
I think it's implied too.
Okay. Could you live with that, everybody? That it is implied, that is your understanding? Gordon, are you okay with that?
No, I don't think that'll go well with the whole community's involvement because they're more in depth with resources of like a desal plant and then resources like desal plant dumping into the ocean, resources like water in the rivers and a lot of other go into
Could
it.
you add and in parentheses after it, including natural resources? Would that help address it?
It helps me.
Okay. With the rest of the group, can you buy into that? I've got to move you on. We've got 50 minutes, including natural resources. Then who's going to be the lead on this, establishing this committee?
That would be the president of the board of directors.
All right, Cindy. Okay, you delete, then Cindy gets to give the date. By when will that committee be established?
I'm trying to think ahead on the agendas. That was the thing that and I guess I'll ask GMY Gold. I don't know, October 1, would that be?
Try that if you wish, and then you're going to review it every month if that's not working.
Is that feedback from?
John, is that okay?
I think we can do that.
Okay, then let's go to the next one.
Marilyn,
And how about Dawn? Dawn, are you comfortable with that too, as far as the agendas?
Muted. Yes, I am, because we can move it if we need to, but I think it's good. This will focus and get us started on dealing with it. So I think it's a good idea.
Okay, do you have a question, Harry?
Yeah, not a question, but I would just like to kind of restate this, including the natural environment. Because I know there's a number of people in the community that feel that the board does not necessarily acknowledge the value and importance of the natural environment around us. So I think if it was phrased in that fashion, it would be more effective.
Group, are you okay with that? You've already got resources, right?
I'm comfortable with the resources, but.
Okay, so just including natural environment.
Including the natural environment, I think would be
Natural
more
environment
effective.
instead of resources. Okay, thank you for that.
But it's resources, we're considering, not the environment as a definition.
Maybe you want including consideration of the national environment.
Weird with this is.
For what can we influence in that way? I mean, we're not going to, we can control our, we can control our carbon footprint. We can do those kinds of things, but that,
Okay. Let's see if, let me see the screen, Gail.
How about environmental resources?
I don't know.
Okay. At this point, your consensus stopped at resources.
Yeah.
Right? You can add it in the future.
I don't see it going beyond resources because it implies natural resources as well as other resources.
I have no idea how we're going to get through by 2:30, but I've got to move you on. So let's look right now at this one. Present a plan to address policy recommendations for ADU and affordable housing to deliver to BOD ad hoc, Board of Directors ad hoc. This is the utilities manager. Is the lead, working with staff and board ad hoc, Don and Cindy. Present a plan to address policy recommendations for ADU and affordable housing to deliver to, is it to deliver to BOD ad hoc?
Directors, to the board of directors ad hoc. which is Don and Cindy.
Yeah, well, then there, you don't usually don't mention the who
Oh,
in
no,
it
wait,
if they're,
that's not right. Let's see.
and deliver to the board of directors. Do they need to approve that plan?
Yeah, it's because it's the board
Or-
ad hoc, isn't it, Don?
Yeah,
who's
you've
gonna
already
be
got the
bringing
board
that
ad hoc.
back?
Okay, so it'd be present a plan to address policy recommendation to present a plan to the board of directors.
Actually, wait a minute. The way this was originally proposed is, this is jumping the gun a bit. The original proposal was for staff working with, yeah, Ray, can you help us out on this? Because this was your idea.
So the thought here was we were going to present we were going to present a plan, but it wasn't going to be it wasn't going to be a completed plan. We wanted to outline we wanted to outline the process that it would take to develop an ADU and affordable housing policy, to be able to inform the board about, developing a policy, actually.
So you're presenting a process, is that
Yeah,
right?
presenting, we were gonna, because it's a long process, and the process involves other plans that are in play at the moment, like water use efficiency plan and all of that. I don't want to get into the details, but we were going to present that to the board ad hoc, so that the board is going to be clear on the process relating to ADUs and affordable housing. And then and so once the policy is, once the process is complete, the board is going to be able to develop a policy relating to that.
So Ray, what I think I hear is present to the board of directors a plan to address policy recommendations for accessory dwelling units, ADU, and affordable housing, period. So you're presenting a process, a how-to, not a plan. So present a process to address policy recommendations for accessory dwelling units and affordable housing, and then take out to deliver to the board. And the way you said it, it sounded like it was just presenting the board for information. It wasn't that they were to take action yet. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's
Okay.
correct. I think, yeah, process is a better word. Yes.
All right. So are all of you clear about this and comfortable with this?
Okay.
And
Under who-
October 15th, Ray isn't here, is he? Yeah, Ray's here. Ray, is that date okay?
Yes, that date's okay.
I'm sorry, I just talked to you. Okay, I'm going to move you on to the fourth goal. We still have 2 more goals to go. So develop and implement a long-term infrastructure and resources plan. By October 1st, the R&I committee and CCSD Director Karen Dean lead. We'll get to that in a minute. Prioritize short-term infrastructure requirements for future resourcing and present to whom? You're going to present them. The committee's going to prioritize them, but what do they do with them? To make sure
So I can address some of this. So
Okay.
this was with Director Dean and Director Farmer and I. So first off, we wanted to propose deleting long-term as a long-term goal on a 3-year goal. Because we have a short-term requirement in there for infrastructure requirements. So we wanted to address that, see if any of the group had an issue with deleting long-term
in the title.
goal.
In the title, right?
Yeah.
So it'll be
So-
implement and infrastructure.
An infrastructure and resource plan. Okay. And then
And
what do
then, so we realized after discussion, we had some pressing issues that we need to get to right away. Those are the SST programs and the like. And then we had the non-SST utility department requirements, as well as requirements for the rest of the district. So facilities and resources, fire department, those in the general fund. So we wanted to kind of break that out by first developing a prioritized short-term requirement list. What are those items? That's number one. Number two, what's the priority for the non-SST utility issues. Number three, what are the long-term requirements for the district and the prioritization? And then the last one is once the Tyler Planet program is in place, which is a current goal, a current objective, then we want the R&I committee to coordinate and review the asset management for all departments.
Okay, let's go back up to this first one then. Is everybody clear? Prioritize short-term infrastructure requirements for future resourcing. Does that need to go to anybody, John, or that's just a step before these other steps?
I think all of them are make reports to the board.
Okay, and
Director Dean, you're nodding your head.
and present to the board.
Yes.
For what, feedback?
Review and
For
consideration.
review,
Consideration,
for review, for review. Okay. And who is the R&I committee already exist?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, and I am the lead.
Standing committee, yeah.
Okay, so then let's go ahead and put, instead of committee, let's put names. So who's, and Karen, you're the lead?
I'm the chair of the R&I committee.
Okay, well, let's just put you, CCSD, Karen Dean is the lead, and then who else is on the committee?
We have 5 members of the public on the committee.
Working with members of the public.
Yeah.
Is that all right?
Yeah.
With working with public
Working
members.
with committee members.
Committee
with the
members,
committee
yes.
members.
Thank you, Cindy. That's
Thank you, Cindy.
We're yeah, right. All of a sudden, everybody wants to get on that. Okay, and so by October 1st, could that be done? Asking Karen.
We'll aim for that. This is also going to be done in conjunction with some of our utilities staff. I don't know if we need to name that on there.
Well, why don't we put Karen, Gail, why don't we, like we usually do, put CCSD Director Karen Dean -lead, and then working with the R&I committee, and who else?
That would be with our utilities department staff. So
And with the utilities department staff, that's enough. You don't have to list all of them.
Tom has his hand up. Tom,
Okay, I'm trying to get this on here for Gail first. And R&I committee. Okay, you might want to put R&I committee first before staff. All right, Tom.
Yeah, my comment applies to all those who's, if it's comparable to what's happening on the finance side and that finance goal, I think the staff has to be, has a little more of a defined role there, because it's utility staff and district engineer would, and all of these, I think, have to be the, not, I don't know if you call them leads, but they'd have to have a role. They're basically the ones who are, the source of the key information.
Yeah, well, they're the technical identifiers.
Yeah,
Okay.
technical identifiers, exactly.
So are you listing them, or you say?
They
are
should
you
be.
say-
Well, I don't know who is lead. I mean,
Well,
I
the
think.
lead is Karen.
Okay.
I think that's fine.
Yeah. Well, when it comes to all 3 departments that fall under utilities,
Yeah.
Our district engineer and utilities manager, Ray D'Enzo, is the head of the department. So whoever we work with, we have to go through him when it comes to utility people.
So do you want to put his name down, Karen?
If it's okay with everyone else.
Yeah.
Okay, and what was his name? I'm sorry.
Oh, it's our Ray here.
Ray D'Enzo.
Oh, that's you, Ray. Okay,
Ray, yeah.
Ray.
So
Yes,
may I
it
make
is
a
on.
suggestion?
Sure.
Marilyn, this is probably just a function of our familiarity with our process. But Karen, who is a director, is also the chair of the R&I Standing Committee.
Okay, well, usually you don't even put the
And so
titles on.
the interaction probably is Karen with Ray D'Enzo, because each of them is in a
I
position
wondered.
to provide the
Yeah.
direction as necessary to
I
formulate
wondered
what's
that.
happening.
And then they'd be co-leads, actually.
Yeah.
Then what?
Typically, they'd be co-leads. So that
Yes.
they would
How's
be,
that?
that's usually what, and
Will
usually.
that
put in the-
work for you, Ray and Karen?
So Karen and Ray would be the co-leads working with the R&I committee. Is everybody comfortable with that?
Well, they don't need to work with the R&I committee because Karen is leading the R&I committee.
Well, maybe it's with input from the R&I committee. If you want the committee, at least that's what you were saying in other objectives that you had working with committees. So you can take it out if you don't want it.
I think you should leave it in. We need to call it. We need to bring them out. So I think you should leave it in.
Okay.
And the other thing that while I got the floor, Karen, do you want the board to take a vote? In which case it has to be review and consideration.
Take a vote as far as
Whatever. You know,
Final product.
The infrastructure requirements, Karen.
Oh,
Do they need to approve that?
I guess it could be discussion and possible consideration.
Okay, for discussion.
Yeah, I think in reality, if the future resourcing, if that's financial resourcing also, then you're inferring that the finance committee needs to be making a review of whatever's coming out of.
That's
so
true.
Then
R&I.
Would be, they would go through the finance committee.
Yeah,
okay, so
that's
we'll put
true.
it in the finance committee.
So it would be referred to the finance committee and then to the board.
Yeah.
Okay, and you could just put down with the R&I committee and the finance committee is who you're going to work with, right? Now,
Yeah.
is that, I need to move you on,
Yeah,
but I want to make sure you're okay.
Those are the two stops before the board.
Right. I got that.
Okay.
Okay, everybody? I'm sorry to be pushing you, but I want to make sure I'm trying to meet my commitment to be done on time. And I probably should have made this 3:30 instead of 2:30. Anyway, the next one, and October 1st, Ray and Karen, that date is okay for the first one?
I'll leave that up to Ray. Ray?
Yes, we can do that.
Okay. By October,
But it's not going to get through two committees by then.
No, it's not.
no.
It's
Well,
better. Yeah.
Want to make them, make it November.
Ray, you were given the chance to give the date. What date do you feel comfortable with, given that there's two committees?
And then the board.
Of course.
One for December, and if we get done before
Wait a
then,
minute.
we'll get done before then.
Okay. By December 1?
I of all people want to get this done sooner. So
Well, and maybe the issue is that we're piling too many things into one objective. I mean, the objective is to go through and prioritize the short-term infrastructure requirements, right? And then by obtaining those, you're moving them forward to R&I and potentially finance, if there's a finance leg already identified to it, and then to the board. But the actual front end of the thing is just the prioritization of the short-term infrastructure requirements. Now, Ray, if you think that the faster way to make this happen is for you to be able to do that first, get it documented and on the floor, then the timing as far as the other committees and to the board is a separate item. But if with your desire to get this done as quickly as possible is to get it through to the board, then
Okay, let's let
that.
Ray say. Ray, why don't you say? Make the extent.
well, what I'm struggling with, quite frankly, is I don't feel I have control over this at all. So I can control the infrastructure list and all of that, but requirements for future resourcing. Is this referring to the current suite of projects that we have? Is what I'm wondering what this is about. So.
Okay, Karen.
Okay, so what we had discussed is it's been quite a while since we sat down, R&I sat down with the utilities department, with all of the utilities department. I'm talking about wastewater and water, and of course, because of water, the facility, and actually gone through and re-examined the CIP list to make sure that everything's on there, it needs to be on there, that there's not things on there that are done already, and to see what the priority of each of these things we need to do is, so that we can, we went through these one section at a time before and we numbered them. Okay, we need to do this first because this is going to hinge on this. I mean, basically going through and looking at, what is important now, where are we now with this list? And actually getting input from you and from John Elchin and from Jim Green on how things are working and where these need to be reprioritized. Does that make sense?
Can you give a date that you would recommend for this first one? We've got 3 more to go.
David?
Yeah. Why are we putting future resourcing in there? Prioritize the short-term infrastructure requirements, period. Let's get that done first. Okay, that's what I think Ray really needs done. For what is future resourcing all about? And I think if we get rid of that, we also get rid of the finance committee, right?
Okay.
Because, eventually, Ray then takes the priorities and goes to Pam and John and says, these are my priorities. I need to somehow squeeze these into the budget. Please help me figure that out, and goes to the finance, right? So I think we just need to get the priorities.
Yeah, I think we're getting some agreement here, at least on the few people that I see on the screen. Okay, take this out and say prioritize short-term infrastructure requirements and present to the board for review and possible consideration.
Before you take out future resourcing, can I throw a comment in?
Okay, sure.
So we view this as a two-step process here. Resources and infrastructure are 2 different components. To date, we've essentially used R&I only to identify infrastructure requirements. We haven't done the other leg of the stool, which is combine that with resources. Where are we going to get the resources, and what are they? So the first step in this, in the thinking here, is we got to prioritize what we need short and long term, and then develop a long-term plan matched to resources. And we have to identify those resources. Are those going to be banks? Are they going to be bonds?
No, but that's
grants?
not R&I, John.
Wait a minute, let John
that's not
finish.
R&I,
Wait a
that's
minute, let
finance.
John finish. He's got the floor.
So the first step in the thinking here is prioritize these for future resourcing. So to tag it and match it with financing.
So you'd say present to the board for future resourcing?
It does have to go through the finance committee.
Okay, let's get the wording before we get to the who, because the wording obviously sounds like it's going to change it. Prioritize short-term infrastructure requirements for future resourcing and present to the board. Then it still sounds like it needs finance.
Yeah, it sounds like financing.
But is that okay the way it is?
So the thinking here is we've got a long list of requirements. We may never build a new firehouse, but that's on there right now. And so what we really need to get a reality check on, what are we really going to do? What are we able to do? What do we need to do? And to get a realistic list.
Yeah, I think we're
It
losing.
sounded to me like Ray just wants to be able to get some direction. He wants to get some direction that he has no control over right now about prioritizing the short-term infrastructure requirements. Now, his perspective may just be to water and wastewater and not considering the fire department or other components of CCSD, but the need that Ray has is integral to us in acting immediately with, because it has to do with the services that we provide to the community. And I'm wondering whether we really just need to lean this down a whole bunch and try to address the issue that Ray's grappling with and that he is asking for our help with.
And
Ray, let's hear from Ray. Ray, with this amendment, prioritize short-term infrastructure requirements for future resourcing. Are you comfortable with that particular statement?
Yes, so I have scenarios for all of those
Okay, all
for
right.
the short term. That's not, but that again, that's not the issue.
Okay,
It's
all right.
I'm at the point of how are we going to pay for it? That's really where we're at. So
So is objective number 2, prioritize non-SST utility department requirements for future resources, more is what you're looking at?
yeah, there's a lot of projects that didn't make it on that list for the when we finally pared down the complete list of SST projects, there were some that didn't make it to that final priority, if you will. So there's, and when I say SST, I guess what we're talking about here is the suite of projects that are actually going to be performed through the SST program. So like for example, we have a bunch of lift stations that didn't make it on that list because there just wasn't enough funding for it. Is that considered non-SST?
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, that probably needs to be worded differently.
Okay, do we need to be taking out the second one? Prioritize non-SST utility department requirements for future.
I would just say prioritize like the remainder of the SST utility.
So prioritize
Outstanding, yeah.
Remaining, you said remaining. Yeah. Utility department, non-SST still stays in, right?
No, it would still be.
We'll take that out.
Yes,
We'll take that out. Prioritize the remaining utility department requirements for future resourcing. That okay?
Well, remaining projects.
Okay.
Yeah.
Remaining projects.
Yeah.
Do you want to identify them as SST projects?
The SST?
So just to clarify some definitions. So when I think now of SST, I think about the actual projects that we're going to do through the SST program. In the beginning, the last time you saw this, that list was to the tune of $15 million, and it had all like 17 lists of projects which were considered SST, but not all of those projects made it to the final cut because of after the design was done, the estimates were such that realistically we can only do a fraction of those projects. So now I'm saying that there were those projects within that original SST that didn't make the cut. So I would call those remaining SST projects. And then the first row would be prioritize SST projects.
She's got
in like this pared down list of projects that we're hoping to do under the SST program.
So would you and Karen still be the co-leads on this? Or are you the lead?
Well, I would still present it to the.
No, I know, but you need a lead. You need somebody to be in charge of making sure the prioritization occurs, and then determine what's done with it. So, are you just prioritizing the remaining utility SST project requirements for future resourcing, but not presenting it to the board or anything? It's just a task that has to be done. Is that
yes,
true?
and
okay, then just leave it.
And that's already, I pretty much have that done. So
okay, so Ray, then you're the lead on that. Okay,
yes.
Do you need anybody besides you that's the lead on that? And then I'm going to ask you the same thing I did before. I know you wanted this first one to be earlier, and we put October 1st. This one's October 1st. What would you? I'm going to ask you what you want to do with those two dates.
Yeah, no, October 1st is reasonable.
Okay, and you think it's reasonable? Karen, you were okay with October 1st for the first one, weren't you?
Yes.
Okay, and then when you update that, if you need more time, you state it. You try, what you want to do is put something out as far as you think is realistic, It's like if I say we're going to end at 2:30 and we end at 2:35, you're upset with me. If I say that we're going to end at 3 o'clock and I'm done at 2:35, I'm a heroine. So what I want to do is just have you be really clear that you can adjust things. All right, we're going to look at the next one then.
I'm going to throw another monkey wrench in here on objective 2. I think remaining is confusing because I could read that as those projects that remain on the short list of things to do.
How would you change it?
The remaining non-funded.
SST requirements?
Yeah.
Non-funded utility department SST?
That would be accurate too, yeah.
Okay.
That'd be accurate.
All right. And I'm glad you jumped in and said that, John. That makes a lot of difference because the intent of communication and the impact oftentimes miss each other. And so we want to make sure that that comes together. Okay, this one says December 1st, R&I committee prioritize long-term infrastructure requirements for future resourcing. Is that a realistic objective in this time frame? Because remember, you changed.
Well,
you took out long-term and made it short-term here. So are you ready to do that for long-term?
Is that actually an R&I committee?
Well, let's ignore who it is,
Prioritization, or
because
is that a technical thing from Ray?
Ignore the who and the date, and then you can figure out whether or not the who is correct, and the who gets to say what's a realistic date.
So again, the intent here is to start moving towards a long-term financial plan.
Okay, does that make sense? Tom, question?
Well, my question about that is, where's the finance committee's role in this then?
No, don't worry about it. That's the
I'm
who.
gonna get to that
That'll
later.
say with input from the finance committee. Yeah, don't worry. It's just, is this something that needs to be done?
And Tom, this is just identifying the requirements so far.
I know.
Okay, is that objective okay? And we can look at who needs to be involved?
Well, I have to ask Ray, I mean, is this something that you're expecting R&I committee to prioritize for you, or are you prioritizing?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Well,
Well,
say with input. You can say with
anything, yeah, anything I do, I want their buy-off on it. Yeah, so it would be their decision essentially. So
then we need to put working with R&I committee on both these, if that's the case, right, Ray? You said you're uncomfortable not having them involved, so that's working with the R&I, because
yeah, I guess I'm working with R&I. Yes.
Well,
that
let
means
me
you're the lead.
let me throw another wrench in here. So items 1 and 2, and well, actually 1 and 3 are not utility specific. They're district wide.
So what would the change be, John?
Work with all department heads.
Okay.
And a general manager, or maybe just put staff. Director, dean, and staff.
Which one are we looking at?
We're
Number
looking at
1 and
1
number 3. Number 1 and 3.
Staff or staff working with R&I committee?
Okay. So you want to say working with R&I committee?
Staff working with R&I committee on 1 and 3.
Is that correct? Working with the staff R&I committee?
Staff working with our R&I committee. That's just my suggestion.
Where you've got the 2 leads working with somebody. Is that R&I?
We're dealing and stumbling over semantics because we're not sure what these things are. I mean, I have to admit that the prioritizing short-term infrastructure requirements, I had in my head that we were talking about the things relative to the SST program that we were trying to push for identification of funding for. Now, if there are other things that are short-term infrastructure requirements that we are trying to maintain the same focus for, I don't know what they are on that list.
I got a couple of suggestions, Director Stidel.
Go ahead, John.
Restroom, skate park, vets hall. We have a number of short-term requirements.
Well, I don't know that, I mean, the vets hall, yeah. The skate park and the bathroom, those aren't when I think of infrastructure needs, I think of the things that we have to provide as a delivery to our customers, to the district. It's the water and the wastewater and the fire service.
Open space. Partnership.
Well, I mean, open space, I agree, but you know, if when push comes to shove, it's not being able to flush your toilet or use your faucet is what's going to make a difference.
All right, I'm a little confused. Are we still on number 1 or 2 and 2? Or
Well,
we've gone
this is
someplace
getting
else?
way, yeah.
Yeah,
That's the problem. This is so
down.
complex.
Okay.
And there's so many things
maybe
buried in it.
maybe you've actually got too many objectives in this case under this goal. That you just got to get your hands around the first 2. I don't have any idea, but do we have the right people in the first one, Karen and Ray, and they're working with the R&I committee?
Well, on the first one, I don't think when we discussed this with General Manager Weigold in our little breakout thing, I don't think we intended this to be only water and wastewater. We also intended it to be the CIP list, the requirements that we were given on the latest CIP list for admin, pros, the fire department, the vets hall, all of those things, our entire CIP lists. Because the CIP list,
those, Karen, you probably wouldn't list. You usually list working with, it's the major group or people, and then you and Ray have the opportunity to include whomever you want.
No, on number 1, it needs to be the general manager, not Ray.
Right.
Or is it working with the general manager, which is what he suggested initially, working with the general manager? What do you think, John? Should we add you in here?
I'm fine at general manager, yeah, because
Okay,
it's going to
working with
really be the whole staff.
Yeah, working with the general manager and the INR committee, and you can pull in anybody you want. Is that also true in the second one? Ray said he was comfortable being the lead on this one.
I think the second one needs to be Ray.
Yeah, I think that's right the way it is.
Okay. And then the third one, prioritize long-term infrastructure requirements for future resourcing. Since the other has been short-term, my question was, are you ready to address long-term in this 6-month time frame?
Yeah, I'm starting to see that maybe we should delete that third one.
And what you typically do, John and the rest of you, is to make it a placeholder, you just put future with no date. And then that means at the next retreat or workshop, you look at it and it's a reminder that that was something, and you give it future consideration before you come to this retreat as a group. Is that all right?
Yes.
Everybody, okay. Now, how about the one, coordinate and review the asset management for all CCSD departments? Is that realistic to happen in this 6-month period, or is it a future objective? It says January 1st, which is almost future.
This one is dependent on the Planet program for Tyler Encode being implemented, because we already have an ad hoc committee of R&I in place waiting for that to happen so we can work on it. So I guess John and Pam need to tell us if that's an accurate date.
Okay, and is R&I in this third objective as a placeholder for long-term infrastructure requirements? Is that R&I? Is that you, Karen?
Yeah, that would be R&I and staff.
Yeah.
Okay, well, and you can assume staff all the time. R&I really means these are the primary people responsible.
Okay.
Who's the lead of this? Is that you?
Yeah, at the moment it's me.
Okay.
I don't know what'll happen after.
So we'll say Karen working with R&I. That means you're the lead. You're the one that reports in monthly. This is done, or it's on target, or it needs to be revised.
Yeah.
Okay, then look at the last one. What the R&I, since you're the chair of the R&I, coordinate and review the asset management for all CCSD.
But that's what we were working on.
No, we were working on 3 and 4.
Now we got it. Okay.
Okay, so is that even doable, Karen, in this 6 months to coordinate and review the asset management for all departments?
I think it is, as long as staff is sure they have the Tyler Encode asset program in place, because this whole thing hinges on them being able to complete that and be ready for us.
Okay. All right. So we'll put you as the lead, working with them, and is January 1st a doable date?
I think so. Are
Okay, we're
you,
talking-
wait a minute, you're erasing 3. Okay.
No, you're not erasing 3.
Oh,
You're
okay.
having a placeholder by calling it future.
Okay.
So that then instead of thinking about that all over again, you look in whether or not that's valid. And so Gail will put those in order. That'll make that the last
Oh,
one.
okay. Yes.
You see
I saw
what
the
that means?
blue come across there. I wasn't sure if it was
No,
pink.
no,
Right.
that's just it. Okay, we have 10 minutes for the rest of the goals and the next steps.
Yeah, one question about this briefly. I think resources, we have to define what we mean by resources, because I think long-term infrastructure and resources plan, is that financial plan? Are we talking about a financial plan? Maybe we should be clear about that.
I think it should cover all resources.
Well, financial resources, the term resources was added to the INR committee, not primarily because of financial resources. It was broader, it was environmental resources, it was things like that. So the idea of they being, basically INR being about financial resources, it makes it, I think it's rather broad and somewhat confusing to people.
Yeah, and resourcing in my mind, and I'm open to another terminology, but resourcing is how are we going to get it done?
Yeah. In the past, in the recent past, we've had a joint ad hoc committee of finance and resources and R&I dealing with exactly this issue. So that might be the entity we use again, because the two committees together are needed to cover the whole subject.
Well, it sounds like another objective that they need to define what resources means
Yeah.
and what you're saying, Tom.
Can
And
we
that's
get the
another objective.
If we could get the prioritization done first, Tom, and then after January, then we can send it off to
Right.
finance, and then
Yeah, and that's the sequence.
you can look at that.
Mhm.
But let's get the prioritization done on this.
Yeah.
All right, is
Okay.
it okay with everybody to move on?
Mhm.
Yes.
All right, now if we had only 4 goals, we would already be ready for next steps and we'd make it. But achieve community preparedness for wildfires and other emergencies. Should I assume that I'm to go on even though we're going past 2:30? Because I usually do not end late. So I need to know that that's okay, or this is something that you act on separately. Because I don't want all of a sudden half of you to leave.
So, but when you say act on separately, meaning we do it outside the strategic planning?
Right,
investment?
right.
I think we should do it now.
All right, well, do you all hang in there and help me move you through?
Yes.
The next steps doesn't take very long, but the objectives, as you can see, do, and this is the reason why I say 3 or 4 maximum objectives.
Mhm.
Okay, by December 15th, and Gail, I guess we're putting titles on. See, we didn't put a title on Ray, but we put it on the fire chief. And
Well,
we put it
the
on
problem
John.
is Ray is the only one I did not, and that's
Oh.
because he has 2 titles, and I
Oh.
didn't know which one to be
Okay,
used.
which title does she use, Ray?
Use utilities manager.
Utilities manager. Good, thank
I
you.
will go
Okay.
back and do that. Thank you.
Okay, all right, so I'll just read this while you're doing it.
I'll do it at the end. Don't you move right ahead.
Okay, the fire chief will meet and confer to review and update the adopted multi-jurisdictional hazard mitigation plan for Cambria and report to the board. What? The results? What are they reporting?
The plan is a 5-year plan. It's required to be reviewed annually. And then once we review it, if we make any changes or opt to keep it the same with no changes, we report that back to the board.
Okay, so we'll say report the results to the board. Okay, that makes sense? And are you okay with December 15th?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, if any of you have problems with these and need clarification, stop me. The next one, begin the update on the forest management plan and closely monitor the work conducted by the SLO Fire Safe Council on the Covell Ranch and report, report the results again to the board. Otherwise, it's just reporting to the board. Is this clear to everybody?
I want to just change a little bit on that. So as far as the update, that requires a consultant, requires some time, and I don't think we're going to be able to do that. For one, it wasn't budgeted, and speaking to the executive director of the Friends, they don't have that on their budget. So I would like to change that to work with the executive director of the Friends of the Fiscalini options to update the forest management plan. And we can present those to the FFRP board at the December meeting for them to
So
see if they want to fund that.
does Gail take all this out then, Carlos? Does she just cross this out and you dictate to her the new objective?
If that's okay with, I mean,
Sure.
William and David were the ones that were there, and I just want to make sure that they're okay with
Okay.
what I'm trying to
All right,
propose.
so dictate it so that they can see it. The other two that were there, dictate it down here as a new, as you just did. State it so
So-
she has time to type it.
Yeah, no worries. So work with the
So that'll be
executive.
on the who. So what's the action part?
The action is to look at options to update the forest management plan for the Fiscalini Ranch.
And report the results to somebody?
Report those to the Friends of the Fiscalini Ranch Board of Directors in December.
Okay, Gail needs you.
There was conversation, and so that clouded my thinking here. Could you review that, please, Carlos? Look at options to update the forest management plan for the Fiscalini Ranch.
Yes, that's correct.
Oh, good.
Is that it?
Yeah.
And what do you do with them?
And present those options to the Friends of the Fiscalini Ranch Board of Directors in December, their annual meeting.
Yeah, we'll say at the December 2021 annual meeting of the Friends.
Or Friends, Friends of the Fiscalini Ranch.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
Yeah, Friends. Yeah.
Okay. And we have right now, Carl, you working with the Friends. Is that correct?
Yeah, I would say working with the executive director of the Friends.
Okay,
yeah.
change that to good. And you're okay with if we say the December 2021 meeting of the Friends
Yes, that is correct.
instead of December 15th? Okay, then let's look at the next one if you're all okay with that. Continue to research and plan for additional evacuation routes and capabilities, supporting the
Oh,
Marilyn, I'm sorry. Are you going to delete the top portion?
delete the top
Good to
one.
do that,
Since
right?
we
Yes.
updated it?
Yes, I'm sorry.
No, okay.
Continue to research and plan for additional evacuation resources and capabilities, supporting the SLO, Fire Safe Council, Zone Haven grant application and report to the board. Continue to research and plan for that. That's not measurable. If you want to say identify at least 2 new evacuation rate or something that's a tangible measurement.
Mhm.
So is there something that would work? Dave,
Okay,
since
Marilyn.
you're the lead, what's your,
Dave on this, yeah.
let's
Yeah,
ask Dave.
there's an existing grant application through the county fire chiefs that will provide Zone Haven to the entire community. That's not a foregone conclusion. So we want to support that capacity if indeed it comes through. If it does not, we need to find other avenues to complete the evacuation studies for the community to move forward in a independent fashion.
Okay, so what you're doing, instead of continue to research and plan, how would you synthesize that as to what you're actually going to be able to do? You already did it, but I want to have it in a way that Gail can write it down as an objective.
Director Gray may have some input on that. He's leading the group that's looking at other options, whether it's talking to landowners or finding additional avenues for success there.
Can we instead say, instead of continue to research and plan, say identify additional evacuation routes and capabilities supporting the SLO blah blah blah? So that actually there's a tangible outcome of identifying additional, and at this point, because it's so unclear, you wouldn't know how many to say. But instead of continuing and researching its process rather than output.
What
I
does the
believe
grant
that does
application
capture the
require?
intent.
I'm sorry, William, what?
I believe that does capture the intent, but I
Okay,
would
so-
defer to Director Gray.
Okay, go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, just a question. Maybe David Pearson can help me on this too. I would want this to incorporate the study that, may soon be funded of evacuation routes within, or evacuation times and requirements within Cambria as well as Zone Haven. So I think we do need to, I think it's maybe ambitious to set it at January 15th, but I think we should have some goal of identifying potential evacuation routes, for instance.
Okay, we'll
Have
change that
some
up there.
identified,
Identify
and there's
potential
possibilities
evacuation.
based on some research.
And those are additional, like it says, additional evacuation routes. I assume you already
Yes,
have
additionally,
some.
yes, exactly. In
Okay.
addition to the ones we
To
have.
identify supporting the Fire Safe Council zoning application. And
Well-
did you want to say something about the other groups that you were talking about?
Well, I don't know. There's another application that's, I think, through CAL FIRE. And
Yeah.
David actually knows more about than I do for a.
Do you need to mention the name of it, or can you
I don't
say?
think so. I don't think we actually need to go to the detail of
Yeah.
the Fire Safe Council, Zone Haven grant application. Just support, all relevant grant applications.
Right, right, that makes sense. Supporting relevant grant application, parent S applications.
Yeah.
And report what? And report the results to the CCSD board. Is that
Yes.
okay? Everybody all right? And you said January 15th probably was not realistic.
Well,
So is it future instead? Future?
Future, yeah.
Okay. And you said somebody else besides working with Cambria Fire Safe Focus Group. Was there somebody else to actually work with?
No, it's not a future objective.
It can't. I think you can have something by January.
Okay.
Yeah, we can do something.
January
with
1st.
routes.
Yeah, identifying routes, I think, is possible.
Okay, January 1st.
Potential routes. Yeah.
Additional, it says identify potential.
Or January 15th or whatever. yeah.
Routes and capabilities. So
Well, it says, if you read it, it says identify potential additional evacuation routes and capabilities. So that didn't get lost.
Good.
Okay, and Dave, your position, since the positions of others, board member?
no, I'm the moderator of the Fire Safe Focus Group.
Okay. Fire Safe Focus Group, moderator, Dave Pearson working with that. Okay, is there anybody else that needs to be mentioned? You can pull in whomever you want.
We could, is it possible to have, leave the possibility of the board appointing an ad hoc committee?
That's too much.
Yeah, if the group wants to do that, they can still do that.
Yeah, okay.
All right, let's look at the last one.
Yeah, I don't need to say it.
By January 15th, Dave is the lead, Fire Chief William, District Council David, will research and develop a defensible space ordinance for the community of Cambria and present to the board for consideration. Is that making sense? A defensible space ordinance.
Good luck on that one.
Questions?
Makes sense.
Clear? Relevant?
You might want to just say district council and not necessarily me, since Tim may want to do it. So we'll just have to talk.
Oh, I thought maybe you were going to bail on us. Like, oh, this has been too much of me. I'm going to get out of here. Okay.
It's up to Tim.
Okay. All right. But it was okay when we mentioned you before, right? We don't have to go back, do we?
Where was I mentioned before?
One
I don't
other
think
one.
I was.
Well,
believe
I
so.
thought you were in one. Okay. We are through with that. So we are moving to next steps. And I apologize, I could not get you through quite fast enough here. So what I'm going to do is just remind you, this will be fast because you already have the monitoring, and wait a minute, we need blank ones. It's, when, who, what, to do the follow-up.
Can may I step in?
Sure.
Permission of the board president and introduce agenda item 3D.
All right.
Agenda item 3D is discussion and consideration to set a date for the next strategic planning workshop update. Staff recommends the Board of Directors consider scheduling a special meeting to monitor the progress of the goals and objectives of the CCSD strategic plan and to consider updating the plan. With that, I'll turn it back over to the Board President.
Okay, and
Well-
we've looked at dates, Gail and I, in terms of following when you need to get updated. Did you have a comment, Cindy?
So, well, what we need to do is have folks check their calendars. If you have your calendars available. to
Yes,
you.
please do. If you'll open up your calendar to January of 2022.
And there are a couple of things to keep in mind, of course, is that there would be a board meeting on the 13th and on the 20th on Thursdays, those Thursdays, second and third Thursdays.
January.
And we have 2 dates to offer that we know are clear.
All right. And what are
And
those?
the first date is Tuesday, the 25th, which avoids your board meeting. Or second choice, but far behind, is Monday, because we're going to have to drive here on Sunday. Because I'm praying that we're going to be face to face by that time. The second choice would be Monday, the 24th, but the preference is the 25th, so we can drive on Monday.
Okay, and that assumes, backing up then, that we would have the public input meeting on
Friday, the 21st.
Friday, the 21st.
Yeah.
Everybody looking at your calendar, would those dates work?
Works for me.
And the 21st is a staff day off.
You
Now,
could probably do it the 14th then, couldn't you?
we could for the board president, President Stidel, what do you think of doing the public comment on the 24th, the day before?
Well, if it would work in terms of timing of what you have to do internally to turn information, certainly that would address the SDO on the 21st, and it would accommodate Ms. Snyder's request for the 25th. I don't have any objection to that. Is there an issue for any of the other board members, for instance?
I guess I have a question for District Council, David. When we set this up as a special meeting adjourned over 2 meetings or 2 different dates ahead of time, and we have to post when we adjourn to, but that's pre-established. So how does that work if we adjourn the meeting on Monday for the very next day? Do we have any time requirements?
I would have to check the Brown Act, to be honest, but I believe it's probably okay just to post it immediately after the meeting. I think you have to do it within a certain time period. But I'd have to double check that. It's not something I've really encountered very much.
Okay, does that date then work? Because that's the last date that comes on this list. If Gail, if you scroll that down so they can see, because what she has here is from January 19th, in the 19th retreat, and we're just going to replace it with dates here so that it goes more quickly for you. So it would be, the date would be Tuesday, January the 25th, and we're going to be looking at the mission statement. We need to make that longer. Mission statements always take a long time. So I think we better say 3:30 or 4 for that. But I think it might be better to just say 4, so I'm not being such a pushy person. And what you do is to thoroughly assess the progress, review the mission statement, and develop objectives for the next 6 months, because you've done the other elements except vision, and vision is really too early. So if that date looks okay, I'm going to go through the rest of the steps if we could do that. John, are you and Haley going to distribute the retreat record tomorrow to all the participants? Can you do that?
It'll likely be Osana and I, but yes.
Oh, okay. Shall we put Osana? You want to spell that for Gail? O
SS
SS
ANA Tertarian TERERIAN.
Okay, so then we
Yeah.
ask you the last time.
What? Did I misspell that?
Yeah, second T there after R.
Right here,
Here you are. Got it. Thank you.
period. Okay.
Okay, got it. Within 48 hours. we-
John, on the question about the notice of adjournment, it has to be posted within 24 hours. So it's fine. We'll just post it that
Okay.
day.
Great.
Just within. Oh, okay.
Thank you, David. You took care of not only this one, but it gives me the answer for the other. Having been the president of a state governmental board for 3 years, I've usually had a lot of those questions already in my head, but boy, I sure didn't have that one. Okay, within 48 hours, please, there's a direct relationship between going through this process and then reading what you said. It kind of cements it all in. When people ask you about the workshop, you then have a better sense. We'll better put in workshop record because we do not call it a retreat on
Oh, that's right.
on the web. Present the strategic plan to the board and the public. What is the date of presenting this plan, John? Next board meeting, unless it's too soon.
Oh, I think we've got it set up for the second meeting in August. Let me just double check.
That's the 12th, isn't it?
19th.
Okay, I was thinking that under objective. So that's the 19th.
Yeah.
Thursday the 19th.
Yeah, it's on the August 19th.
Okay. And then review the current internal weaknesses and challenges. Remember, not everything on that list goes into this, but we always have the management team with the general manager as the lead, looking at that at a management meeting. And that's because there are sometimes actions that can be taken that aren't even related to the strategic plan as a result of what you've read in the weaknesses. John, when would you have a general management meeting coming up? that you'd have-
Next Tuesday.
Is that too soon? Do you need more time?
No,
Okay, Tuesday. So that is the 10th of August. Then monthly, the management team monitors the progress on the goals and objectives and revises the objectives. So if a date changes or if you already went ahead and achieved it, that gets marked, and monthly you get that. And then Asana and John, you'll prepare and distribute the updated plan monthly. And it is available to the public. The public needs to know that. You'll get some questions from those public members, I assume, who were here at the beginning, as well as those who watch this on the video. And we've already got the January 25th.
And we
So-
need this one, Marilyn, this, look where I'm pointing.
Oh, share and discuss the strategic plan with staff face to face. That makes so much difference than posting it or emailing it. Is giving a chance, and that varies according to what your position is in the management team as to whether you have a regular management team meeting or whether it's one-on-one. We recommend that you do that within a couple of weeks.
yeah, we can put September 3rd, 2021.
Oh, okay, so you're not there, your people will not know what happened from this retreat till September? Will that be any kind of a problem?
Well, we can't present it until it's approved by the board on the 19th of
Oh,
August.
that's true.
So
Yep,
that gives
got
us,
that.
that gives
Okay.
us 2 weeks.
Sure, that's right, because I was going to give you 2 weeks anyway, so of course that makes sense. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go back to the agenda to close things out, starting with a summary. So after all of these beginning items and introductions and reading the mission and the goals, you assess the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. You reviewed the goals, you amended a goal and added a goal. You went through all of the strategic objectives and the follow-up process you have just completed. And Gail will be having that to you, John, with probably within what, 20 minutes, Gail?
I
So-
hope, yes.
So that it can be sent to you tomorrow. Years ago, when the recorders didn't have and weren't as good as Gail, didn't have good grief, a computer to do this, that was rolled up and handed to staff to type. So it makes a lot of difference to do it and read it right away. For closing remarks, I always go back to each of you and ask you in just a word or a sentence, what's one benefit you personally got out of working together? That's what I always ask at the end. It's never about the facilitation or the recording. It's about what's a takeaway for you, so that when people ask you, you've got a positive takeaway to share. So I'll just call on you according to the way the screen is right now, before hopefully it changes too fast. William, I'm going to start with
Marilyn, before you start, I'm a little concerned. I don't recall, didn't we have to call for public comment during this meeting?
I checked on that. I understood you had public comment for a whole meeting.
I don't think there was any call, and we've come to another agenda item and we didn't call for public comment. So David, I'm not clear on this.
There probably should have been public comment on the last item regarding selecting a date for the next meeting. Otherwise, we have had public comment.
There's no public on right now.
We have to call because they'll listen to this and they'll say we didn't call for public comment. So we have to call for it.
All right, then John Weigel, why don't you relate that?
So as a special meeting, my understanding is we hold public comment on the beginning of the agenda for any items on the agenda. It's restricted. That public comment is restricted to those items on the special agenda.
And
so
do you
we
have
executed that on Friday?
Yeah.
Okay. This is considered one whole meeting. I've not had that before.
Yeah, I was not in attendance on Friday's meeting. If it was opened up,
there's a
public comment on the agenda, then that would have been sufficient.
I don't think the agenda shows a public comment because I always ask about that.
The initial
there we go.
Agenda did.
Number 2 was public comment on agenda items.
This is what I sent out.
Oh.
But that's your agenda. We have a board agenda.
Yeah, that's right.
Item number 2 on the agenda is public comment on agenda items.
Right. So David,
I was not informed of that then.
David, can we address this issue as a whole by calling for public comment?
Let's just call for it.
Well, it's supposed to be before.
Yeah, because I don't want you to miss
consideration of
public
the item.
comment if it's supposed to have happened. I thought that the other time took care of it.
Worst case, we're talking about item D, the item relating to selecting the date.
And
Always,
it needs to
always redo it on the next agenda as a redo if there's a concern regarding whether
and there
public
was
comment was appropriate or not.
It should be noted that there were no public members on any longer when it came to that, so that you're not in trouble.
Otherwise, as I understand it, public comment was allowed on the other agenda items on Friday, correct?
Yeah, I didn't.
So we're only talking about the item at which the date for the next meeting was being discussed and selected. So if there's a concern, we could always put it on the next agenda and redo that item.
Okay, is that all right, John? Do you understand that?
Yeah, we're good. I just wanted to be sure all our T's were crossed and the
Oh,
I's.
I understand. Believe me, I'd have 50, 70 people at those state board meetings. Okay, I'm going to go back and ask you just what's one positive impact that it had on you working together? A word or a phrase? Fine. William, I'm going to call on you first. You're in the top left corner.
Talking to me, the most important thing that I was able to take from this is always being able to learn to look at all of these different opinions from a different perspective. Whether you're an elected official or appointed, you always have a little bit of a different way of looking at things, and we have a great opportunity to learn from how other people view these situations.
Okay, thank you, Marvin. You're next.
Did you say Melissa?
Marvin.
Oh, Marvin.
Marvin. Everybody unmute yourself. That'll make it go more quickly, please.
Yes. Well, this being the first time that I've actually participated in this exercise, I was struck by the scope of this exercise and the depth of digging into all of the aspects of CCSD.
Thank you, Karen.
Cooperation. You wanted one word, right?
It's okay. One word is fine.
We were We worked
Exactly.
very well together, I think, and we accomplished a lot. And I appreciate the help that you have provided.
Tom, thank you.
Me?
Yep.
I think I got the sense we really moved the ball forward on all these issues because I was actually impressed by how much we had done
Mhm.
and how we were able to build on all of these in all these areas, and including the new one in a way, build on what we've done, which is very encouraging.
Thank you. Cindy, I'm going to come to you last and
Oh,
have you close
okay.
the meeting. Gordon?
The transparency was very apparent this time to put all the choices out and visible.
Melissa?
I would kind of piggyback off of what William said, the insights into all of the CCSD's issues from different perspectives.
Harry?
If I had to use one word, it would be teamwork.
All right. Don?
Gee, everybody else said it. Yes, teamwork, collegiality, and multiple points of view, all working towards the same goal. I really like it.
Okay, great. Thanks, Don. John? Why gold?
Oh, just John, collaboration. Outstanding across the board. It's really, to Director Howe's point, it's, real a team effort, everybody aiming at the same thing.
David?
Good teamwork, but also I think some team building went on too.
David Pearson?
The diversity of opinions.
Ray?
Clarity.
Carlos?
Yeah, I'm going to piggyback on a lot of the other comments about teamwork and just strengthening the team.
Well, before I turn it over to Cindy, you got it through. I apologize that we're 20 minutes over, which I don't usually have happen, but I hope that you feel like you got in place what you were wanting to have in place, regardless of having to stay a little bit longer. And I was amazed at how much you'd accomplished, especially during COVID. So just keep up the good work. And Cindy, I'll turn it over to you for your perception and to close the meeting. And I'm glad that you've invited us back.
Oh, thank you, and thank you for being here to help and assist us through this. We wouldn't have been able to do it on our own. We needed to have someone be a third-party facilitator in this, and it was very valuable to have you here. The thing that highlights to me is you know that there's a lot of work being done. You know that there are things being accomplished, but it isn't until you see it kind of demonstrated for you in black and white to recognize how much we have accomplished. And the significance of that to me is those accomplishments are now what allowed us to delve another layer deeper and to really to identify some things that we have to take on full face and in front, and to do it to the benefit of the community. And I think that the one thing that is pointed out to me is that we are all here with the idea of the best interests of the community at heart. And we're very lucky that we have the staff and community members who are committed in the way that they are to help make what we do successful. And I am very appreciative of that, and for everyone who participated today. I will say, Marilyn, that I think the additional 20 minutes that it took us past the time that you had established is just a reflection of the density of the information that we were dealing with and working our way through, and the recognition of some points. The appreciation of the English language, right?
Right.
What does a word mean? What is. So I want to thank all of you for being here and spending your time today to do this. Made some significant contributions to establishing the things that we want to work ourselves towards in the next 6 months. And I have every confidence that we're going to be able to accomplish a lot of that and strengthen not only the district, but strengthen ourselves in the needs of the community. So thank you again. And thank you, Ms. Snyder.
All right. Thank you for being with us. Stay safe and stay well. Okay.
Absolutely. All right. So
Bye-bye, we are
thank you
adjourned.
everyone for being here. Much appreciate the time, energies and opinions that you put forward. It makes us who we are. And please enjoy the rest of your day or evening.
President Stidel,
Yeah.
Yes.
Go ahead.
we need to officially adjourn the board meeting.
Okay, I didn't realize that it was so official in that way. I apologize. Thank you, Mr. Weigel. So do the official words of the meeting is now adjourned satisfy that read? Okay, the meeting is now adjourned.
All right. Goodbye. Good luck.
Thank you. You too.